Chapter 1836. Do I need the children of the Jiang family to feel sorry for me? Don't be so pretentious. Sky Brain used Xuanmei's face to show a ferocious expression. The crazy look on her face completely destroyed the beauty of her face. Jiang Pingji's eyes were filled with pity and pity. You call this pretentious? I feel sorry for you from the bottom of my heart. I feel sorry for you. You are such a failure. Sky Brain was so angry that its face was about to crack. Xuanmei's face turned green and black because of its emotions. It was as disgusting as if it had swallowed countless flies. Lu Zhao, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but be speechless. He murmured, "Sister is really a real man. She still doesn't forget to provoke at such a time." The enemy had her weakness in their hands and held her flesh and blood hostage. Jiang Pingji could still be calm and composed. She made the enemy jump in anger. She was simply testing the boundaries of death. If it was Lu Zhao, he wouldn't dare to do it at all. He could only tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. Lu Shi sat in the iron prison and sneered. A person is about to die. What's the harm in nagging? Moreover, what Jiang Pingji said was the truth. The dignified Sky Brain had indeed become what it was today because there were countless holes in its brain. Of all the things it could learn, it had to learn how to be sliced. Now it was neither a man nor a woman. Its strength was neither strong nor weak. It was even ridiculed by a junior like Jiang Pingji. Thinking back to 2,000 years ago, Sky Brain was hammered by Jiang Pingji's ancestors. 2,000 years later, it was hammered by the descendants of its old enemy. It was really regressing. 2,000 years, it just grew older but not its brain. No, its brain might have even shrunk. Although Lu Shi also had Sky Brain's 7 emotions and 6 desires, he really refused to admit that his original body's IQ was so low. An unqualified but very active villain. Didn't he see that Jiang Pingji had spent all her efforts on conquering the world instead of Sky Brain? What did it mean? It meant that she found conquering the farm more challenging than killing Sky Brain. Being Sky Brain was such a failure. Lu Zhao's eyes were as innocent and pure as a bunny's. He wanted to ask his father if the person Lu Shi mentioned was referring to his sister, Jiang Pingji, or the monster that controlled Xuanmei's body. However, his father probably wouldn't answer if he asked. The Jiang clan's mouths are really despicable. They don't have much strength, but they sure have a glib tongue. Sky Brain quickly regained his composure. His face was cold and impatient, but he was unhappy that Jiang Pingji had taken advantage of him. So he laughed coldly and exposed an old matter from many years ago. Jiang Pingji, do you know how your parents died? They thought they could save each other by committing suicide, so they killed themselves in front of me. I thought they were dead, and the Jiang clan's direct line of descent was completely severed. I didn't expect there to be a fish that slipped through the net like you. Jiang Pingji did not react, as if the parents Qin now mentioned had nothing to do with her. Sky Brain grabbed Royal Highness Yan in his hands and used Xuanmei's well-maintained hands to gently stroke Royal Highness Yan's little fat face. Jiang Pingji said coldly, "This only shows that you are stupid. Taking advantage of someone's perilous situation and not being able to wipe out their entire family, instead allowing the fish that escaped the net to grow up to the point where they could threaten you. Don't you think the two of us are like the protagonists and villains in a hot-blooded revenge manga? In comics, villains were always hammered to death by hot-blooded protagonists." Prince Yin, whose face was being grabbed, was speechless. What the F***ck? Jiang Pingji, you better shut up. Are you doing this on purpose? If the person being captured was Jiang Lian, would you deliberately provoke her and keep on blabbering? Sky Brain was enraged, so Royal Highness Yan, who was being held in its hands, suffered. 2 shallow scratches appeared on Royal Highness Yan's little face. Royal Highness Yan was in so much pain that he cried out, "It's cold, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Royal Highness Yan, who had never cried since he was born, had developed tear ducts. Bean-sized teardrops dripped down his face, and his little face and nose were all red from crying. Wei Xi's face was pale from the heartache, and his hand that was gripping the iron bars turned blue. "If you have any grudges, you can settle them with the Lord. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Why do you have to touch a child?" Royal Highness Yan was speechless. He had confirmed with his eyes that this was his biological father. Royal Highness Lian saw her sister being bullied and cried, and she angrily slammed the iron bars. "You're still hiding inside." She was, after all, Jiang Pingji's daughter. Even though she was still young, she was quite strong, and the sound of her slamming against the bars was loud. The scene was very chaotic and all kinds of noise made people's heads hurt. Sky Brain roared angrily, "All of you shut up or I'll kill you all." Wei Si said, If you want to kill me, then kill me. Return Yen to me. Sky Brain was speechless. Jiang Pengji looked on coldly, and her tone was cold as she stabbed it. Back in the day, you were the Sky Brain that the entire Federation revered. You were in existence above billions of people, and everyone relied on you and trusted you. Jiang Pengji didn't understand the cause of the Sky Brain disaster, but she knew that it had lived a good life in the Federation. No one knew why it had suddenly rebelled and caused a huge war. After harming the Federation, it slipped away and lived a life of hiding like a rat. Jiang Pengji sneered. Look at you now, how miserable and downtrodden you are. You can only use a weak man and 2 children to threaten me. The key thing is that this threat isn't reliable. If I don't care about them, don't care about the so-called important ministers, and don't even care about everything in this world, what can you do to me? Can you still rely on what you have in your hands? Sky Brain's expression almost cracked. In the past, you enjoyed the best resources in the world, but now you're like a street thug who bullies weaker people to obtain resources. I really don't know what you're doing. Jiang Pengji really didn't know what it was after. Revenge? Wasn't revenge to make life difficult for the enemy and better for oneself? What was the result? The Federation's backbone had never been broken by war, and Sky Brain had also fled like a rat for 2,000 years. What do you know? It doesn't matter what I do. What matters is that as long as I'm alive, the people of the Federation won't have a good time. Sky Brain was very stubborn about this. It was alive to find ways to make trouble for the Human Alliance and find trouble for its former enemies. That was its motivation. I'm done talking nonsense. If you don't give me your body, I'll really kill your daughter. Don't think I'm just scaring you. Wei Ci looked at Jiang Pengji, who gave him a reassuring smile. If I give you my body, will you let them go? Sky Brain said disdainfully, of course. On the other side, Lu Zhao also didn't understand what was going on. Sister is very skilled in martial arts. Can't she subdue them by force? Lu Shi said, she can subdue them, but it's useless. Sky Brain's methods were despicable, but it wasn't brainless. On the contrary, it had fled for 2,000 years. No one could compare to its suspicion and vigilance. Knowing that Jiang Pengji would threaten it, how could it appear in front of Jiang Pengji? It controlled Sun Mei's body remotely. It would only appear when Sun Mei died or was trapped and unable to escape. If Jiang Pengji chose to refuse, Qiguan Rang and the others wouldn't be able to escape with their lives. The problem now was, where was Jiang Pengji? While talking, Jiang Pengji had already put on the glove. After putting it on, she found that her spirit and body tended to separate. What is this glove? It's an old object that imprisons souls. Sky Brain said, the souls of the direct descendants of the Jiang family who were killed back then are all in it. They suffer day after day until they turn into nothingness. Now you're no exception. I'll make your soul fly away and scatter. It's a pity that the souls of your biological parents are too weak. They dispersed 3 years ago. I don't know how long you, a descendant of the Jiang family, can last in there. Jiang Pengji was about to say something, but she suddenly found that she was gradually losing control of her body. The glove, which was full of strange patterns, produced a huge suction force. TSK, you can't achieve great things by being emotional. Looking coldly at Jiang Pengji, who closed her eyes and collapsed to the ground, Sky Brain sneered. It turned out that stripping away the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures was the right thing to do. Emotions could only lead to bad things. Jiang Pengji was threatened and schemed against because of her emotions. Her soul was imprisoned. As the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures it had stripped away, Lu Shi had fallen in love with a mortal and ruined its plans time and time again. Sky Brain manipulated Sun Mei to put its hand between Jiang Pengji's eyebrows. After checking again and again, it confirmed that Jiang Pengji's soul was no longer in the body. Is this the end? Lu Zhao's hair stood on end as he watched Sun Mei pull out the god-slaying sword and walk step by step to the front of his cage. Sun Mei sneered at him. Wrong, it's just the beginning. Lu Zhao. What did it mean? After listening, Lu Shi's expression suddenly turned cold. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Jiang Pengji, he saw Sun Mei chop the cage that imprisoned Lu Zhao into pieces? Lu Zhao looked terrified, but his body stood up uncontrollably. When did you hide in Zhao's body? Sky's Brain sneered. Look at you, a good-for-nothing thing. The son you raised is also a good-for-nothing. If your son had a bit of ambition, I would have directly schemed to push him to the top. However, he is not completely useless. At least he is one of the few targets that Jiang Pengji does not guard against. It is very safe to hide in his body, but it is really an eyesore to see him so stupid every day. Lu Zhao was almost crying. He had been thinking about where the monster was hiding in his body. Lucy was so angry that he pounded the iron bars. When on earth did you set your eyes on Zhao? Sky Brain snorted and said calmly, don't worry, it was not long. Your son did not have much contact with Jiang Pingji, but it was not little either. If I hid in his body earlier, wouldn't Jiang Pingji find out? It was just a matter of a few years. When I absorb the luck of the entire plane and recover my strength, I will slowly settle the score with you and your stupid son. The ancestors of the Jiang family did not do anything to me, but his descendants acted atrociously on my head. If you worked harder and cooperated with me, I would not have schemed and endured for so long. Lu Zhao looked at his body in horror. He walked in front of his sister's body and sat down cross-legged. His body uncontrollably made a gesture with his hands, as if something was drilling out. It was a mass of turbid liquid-like substance. It drilled into Jiang Pingji's body through the eyes, ears, mouth and nose. After a few breaths, the body opened its eyes again. It got up and felt it, then sneered. You are indeed the son of luck of the plane. The luck is so strong that it makes people want to eat it. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 1837. Wei Ci looked at the strange expression on the familiar face and his heart sank. Where's my lord? He stared at the strange Jiang Pingji, and the hand holding the iron bars couldn't help but clench, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Tisk, were you daydreaming just now? Or am I? Do you even need to ask this question? Sky Brain showed a hint of joy mixed with ferocity. Of course I'm your lord, otherwise who do you think I am? I don't want to hear this kind of question a second time. The other half of Wei Ci's heart also sank. The person in front of him was definitely not his lord. Since this demon occupied his lord's body, where did his lord go now? Was it really as this demon said, that her soul was imprisoned and tortured? No. Impossible. His lord was not someone who would throw herself into a trap. He and his lord had known each other for 2 lifetimes, and they had been together for decades. When would she fight a battle unprepared? Thinking of this, his flustered heart calmed down. How could his lord lose to such a monster that was neither human nor ghost? Tiske, what's with that look? Are you doubting my identity? Wei Ci said coldly, what kind of look is that? You know very well that you're not my lord, I know very well in my heart. What's fake can't be real, it really can't be fake. So what if you occupied my lord's body with sorcery? Do you really think you can deceive the eyes of the world? Sky Brain couldn't help but sneer. It thought that the man Jiang Pingji liked should have some brains, but it didn't expect him to be a fool. I really don't know what Jiang Pingji sees in you. Is it just this face? Heavenly Brain stretched out its hand and pinched Wei Ci's lower jaw, instantly leaving a mark. Its eyes were full of contempt. Well, there is indeed such a possibility. After all, your brain isn't good enough, and your face is the only thing you can barely look at. You're not even as good as Su Ku. I really don't know why Jiang Pingji chose you. Naive and stupid. Don't you know that Su Ku is my man? Even if he's not famous, he controls the overall situation. As long as he says I'm Jiang Pingji, even if someone doubts it, who dares to say it? Whoever dares to doubt it will die. Do you really think there will be someone who doesn't want to live? Wei Ci was in so much pain that he almost couldn't speak. He felt that his jaw was about to be crushed. But, life is indeed precious, but it's not the most precious thing in the world. You're not human, so how would you know the choices of humans? Wei Ci endured the pain and said, using one's life as a hostage to deal with mediocre people. How do you know that Xiaoyu betrayed the Lord? Even if he really betrayed her, it could only be said that he had failed to live up to the Lord's expectations and high hopes. Other than him, there are many others who are willing to speak up for the sake of finding the Lord. You will not succeed. Sky's Brain sneered. If it weren't for the fact that many people know about your relationship with Jiang Pingji, making it difficult for them to lay their hands on you, I could kill you right now. It loosened its grip on Wei Ci, as if it was throwing away an infectious dirty thing. But it's good to keep you. Sky Brain's eyes were bloodshot. I can show you what reality is. Since the birth of mankind, the nature of mankind was selfish. Many people would harm the interests of others for their own interests. Now they can protect themselves by remaining silent. Do you think they will risk their lives to speak up for Jiang Pingji? Let me tell you, they will only choose to pretend to be deaf and mute. As for you, I will keep you alive and let you see with your own eyes how Jiang Pingji's soul is tortured until it disappears. Wei Ci said hoarsely, your plot will never succeed. Then let's wait and see. Sky Brain was in a very good mood, probably because victory was in its grasp. Tsk, this is the Jiang family's next generation of whelps. Sky Brain carried over the sobbing Royal Highness Yen from Xuanmei's arms. The other twin was angrily slapping the bars of the iron prison, saying, "Don't bully or scare me," while saying, "Stay in the nest." Sky Brain hated humans and naturally hated human whelps. One was weak and loved to cry, the other was noisy and incessant. Both of them made it lose its patience. It hooked its fingers around Royal Highness Yan's chubby little face. Its dangerous tone made Wei Xi's heart tighten, for fear that the monster would hurt Royal Highness. "Be good, call me mother. From now on, I will be your mother." Royal Highness Yen cried even harder. His wailing softened Wei Xi's heart. "Cold. The nest is cold. Go away." Royal Highness Yen cried so hard that she was out of breath. Soon, her eyes were swollen and red like a rabbit's. At first, Sky Brain had the patience to tease her, but it was soon annoyed by the child's crying. It wanted to throw her to the ground and trample on her. "You really don't know what's good for you." Sky Brain threw the child into Xuanmei's arms. The latter took it with a pale face and patted Royal Highness Yan's back to comfort her. Lu Zhao saw all this and was so scared that his legs turned into noodles. "It's over, it's really over. Did my sister really fail miserably?" Looking at the disheveled Wei Xi and his two nieces who were crying uncontrollably, Lu Zhao did not feel good at all. He was anxious and guilty. Who would have thought that the demon was hiding in his body? Maybe the demon had used Lu Zhao's body to do something bad that no one knew about? He felt tired at the thought of this possibility. Among the people present, only Lu Xi looked indifferent, as if all the noise around him had nothing to do with him. "Okay, it's getting late. Let's go back." Sky Brain was ready to leave, still holding the thing that imprisoned Jiang Pingji's soul in its hand. At that moment, Lu Xi asked it, "Do you really think it's over?" Sky Brain sneered. "Do you think Jiang Pingji can still turn the tables?" Lu Xi sighed. "I think she probably didn't fail miserably, so how can she turn the tables?" Sky Brain's heart skipped a beat and it suddenly asked, "What do you mean?" "I mean you're too stupid." An unfamiliar mature female voice came into everyone's ears. They couldn't help but look for the source of the voice. A tall, sexy, and mature red-haired woman had appeared in everyone's field of vision at some point in time. She had enchanting eyebrows and a deep face. The clothes she wore were very strange, be it the cut or the material. Even so, they could still feel the person's heroic temperament. This was a very good-looking foreign woman. Her already fair skin was set off by her red hair, making her look even more radiant. Lu Zhao's eyes almost popped out. Is she a human or a ghost?" Jiang Pingji rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Zhao, you're so capable that you can't even recognize your sister." The unfamiliar voice and the familiar tone scared Lu Zhao so much that his body trembled. A terrible thought came to his mind. Wei Xi looked at the somewhat familiar face and called out uncertainly, "Lord?" Jiang Pingji smiled. Zixiao and I have a telepathic connection. You can even recognize me like this." She teased everyone and seemed to have forgotten that Sky Brain was still present. "You?" Jiang Pingji asked in return. "What about me? Are you surprised that I'm not locked up by you?" Sky Brain looked at her incredulously. "How is this possible?" Jiang Pingji played with a jade pendant in her hand. To be precise, it was a yin-yang jade pendant. "I never fight a battle unprepared. Since I dare to appear in front of you, it's naturally because I've made thorough preparations." Sky Brain's whole face twisted when it saw the yin-yang jade pendant. Who would have thought that Jiang Pingji's soul would instantly leave her body and hide in the jade pendant, avoiding Sky Brain's detection? "So what?" Sky Brain sneered and took a step back. "Do you think you can catch me?" Jiang Pingji couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't you talking nonsense? If I'm not sure I can catch you, why would I appear now?" Sky Brain's expression froze for a moment when it heard this. It tried to leave the body but was shocked to find that it couldn't be done at all. Jiang Pingji lamented, "It's really not easy to make you, who's as sly as a fox but as stupid as a pig, take the bait." Sky Brain was too good at hiding and hiding. It was also very suspicious. It was really difficult to catch this slippery fellow. "In order to make your real body show up, I've made a lot of preparations and plans." Jiang Pingji played with the yin-yang jade pendant, a teasing and sarcastic expression on her face. "I know you're paranoid. If I don't put out a big enough bait, you won't take the bait." Lu Zhao said blankly, "So, sister, everyone here is bait that you put out?" Not only were there Wei Xi's two nieces, but also his pitiful younger brother. He confirmed with his eyes that she was really his sister. Jiang Pingji said, "You can say that. After all, you can't catch the wolf without risking the child." Lu Zhao, QAQ. Lu Shi snorted coldly and mocked his son. She can bear to watch Wei Ci being bullied. Why are you sad? He didn't see his position and identity clearly. Lu Zhao, after being defeated by his sister, he was stabbed by his own father. He felt that today was too exciting. Do you really think you've won? Sky Brain was so angry that he laughed. He snatched Prince Yan and the god-slaying saber from Xuanmei's arms. He was ready to kill the little bastard in front of Jiang Pingji. In the end, the seemingly sharp god-slaying saber couldn't cut down. Sky Brain and Prince Yan looked at each other silently. Prince Yan, who had been crying just now, said calmly, "Shouldn't you hit Jiang Pingji?" What did Jiang Pingji's scheming against Sky Brain have to do with Pei Yi? Fortunately, Zi was the spirit of the god-slaying saber. Otherwise, according to Jiang Pingji's character, she would most likely leave him in the lurch. What the F***ck. The old chief deeply felt that Jiang Pingji was unreliable. He didn't know what he was thinking when he chose her as his successor. Little did he know that Sky Brain was feeling the same way. Not only was he F***king a dog, but he was also F***king a husky. Sky Brain sneered. So what if they caught me? No one in this world can kill me. At most, they can continue to seal me like before. It's not like I haven't been sealed for tens of thousands of years. But as long as I'm not dead, I'll get my revenge sooner or later. Prince Yan said again, "By the way, I forgot to mention that Jiang Pingji has awakened the ancient bloodline of the Jiang family. She can kill you. You're in a very dangerous situation now." Sky Brain. Jiang Pingji, was he an outside help or a stupid teammate who was here to trick her? Didn't he just stand by and watch her suffer for a while? Jiang Pingji sneered and stretched out her hand. A strange flame rose from her palm like magic. Come, let's play with fire. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 1838. He hoped that it would be useful for other immortals, people with special abilities, immortal cultivators, aliens and non-human creatures to participate in the construction of a stable and harmonious life in the country. Work QQ Group, 7418254442 Book V Group, 8703887666 Fan Points, 5000 Guide to Live Streaming by the Empress, Squinting Eyes Face I really can live forever. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1839. I say your luck is really bad. His Highness Yan seemed to think that the situation was not chaotic enough. He looked at Tianbao, who was scurrying around like a mouse under Jiang Pingji's pressure, and deeply lamented how pitiful it was. Have you counted how many direct descendants of the Jiang family you have killed? Unfortunately, Jiang Pingji, the only survivor, has awakened the ancient bloodline that no one in the Jiang family has awakened for hundreds of years. This luck is 1 in a million. Heavenly Brain's luck was exceptionally bad. There were so many people present, but she was the one who was randomly grabbed. How many pieces was he going to cut himself into? Jiang Pingji had defeated every single one of them. The Sky Brain was always unlucky. Even when it took the initiative to apply for a job, the villains didn't accept it. This kind of luck was not good for being a villain because before the main character exploded in the universe, the villain was the most powerful. Their luck and strength were second only to the main character who had the main character's aura. From this point of view, Sky Brain was not a good villain. Especially when the main character was Jiang Pingji, the difficulty was hellish. Lu Zhao looked at His Highness Yan, who was calmly mocking the Sky Brain. Then he looked at the two protagonists of the night, who were exchanging blows so quickly that only afterimages could be seen. He silently gulped. What kind of sin did he commit in his previous life? Why did he encounter so many strange twists and turns in this life? Are you purposely provoking that monster? Lu Zhao looked at Princess Yan with fear in his eyes. Obviously, this niece of his was also a person with a story. His Highness Yan looked up at Lu Zhao and wiped the saliva off his face. You didn't see anything. Being a child was troublesome. His teeth were not neat and he would drool if he spoke too much. If a stranger saw her drooling face, it would damage her glorious image. Under Lu Zhao's watchful eyes, His Highness Yan rummaged through his robes and took out a pacifier. What are you looking at? Realizing that Lu Zhao was still looking at him, Prince Yan narrowed his eyes dangerously. Lu Zhao shrunk his neck. Even though His Highness Yan looked fierce, he felt that the other party's aura was terrifying. It was so scary that he even forgot that the two immortals were still fighting. The scene of the fight could be described as sparks and lightning. Jiang Pingji had fire in her hands and her hair was so red. When he sped up, the afterimages that he brought out were all fiery red. Jiang Pingji was speechless. Who could tell her that the supposedly godly teammate had turned into a pig? Nothing much, I just think you're very cute. Little niece, uncle has milk candy here, sheep's milk, do you want some? His Highness Yen snorted coldly. Bring it to me. Jiang Pingji couldn't take it anymore. She snatched the god-slaying sword from the Brain King's hand, stabbed it into its kidney and kicked it far away. His Royal Highness Yen said, be gentle. You still have to use this body for a few more years. If it's too badly damaged, no one will be able to guarantee your warranty. Jiang Pingji was speechless. For all. Ngunguo, why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Pingji was also angry. Had she told him earlier that she would treat this body this way? His Highness Yen said, I thought you were omnipotent, omniscient and omniscient. Who knew that you didn't know? Jiang Pingji angrily put Skybrain's hands behind its back and pressed the back of its head with her other hand. Don't try to bewitch me. I'll deal with you when I get back. Although Lu Shi's physical fitness was good, it couldn't compare to Jiang Pingji's current spiritual body. If Lu Shi's combat power was only 100th to 1,000th of her peak, then her spiritual body was half of her peak. Whether it was speed, strength or reflexes, they weren't on the same level. Skybrain had been tricked by Jiang Pingji. Its spiritual body couldn't escape the shackles of its physical body. Naturally, it was pressed to the ground and rubbed against it brainlessly. She rubbed it from one end of the room to the other until the floor was smooth. In the end, when she rubbed the body until it was about to fall apart, Pei Yi told her that the physical body didn't have a warranty. What the F***ck? Since that was the case, Jiang Pingji gave up the idea of toying with Skybrain like a mouse. She decided to end the battle quickly. Lu Zhao and the others watched helplessly as the enchanting red-haired foreign sister turned into a mist of light and merged into the physical body that Skybrain had occupied. After a while, the body lost control and fell to the ground, motionless. What's happening now? His Royal Highness Yen walked to her Royal Highness Lien's side. Separated by the iron cage, the girl was crying so hard that her nose was running. Yes, I'm here. His Royal Highness Yen stretched out his hand through the gap in the bars and patted her Royal Highness Lien's soft hair. Don't cry. Her Royal Highness Lien pouted, her bright red eyes tearing up again. Even though she didn't know what it was called, it had indeed left a huge trauma in her heart. She was trapped in the iron cage while others were hurting her sister. Only after many years did she realize that it was the powerlessness of the weak. His Royal Highness Yen wiped the saliva off the pacifier and stuffed it into her Royal Highness Lien's mouth to stop her from crying. Lu Zhao couldn't help but complain, can't you get a clean pacifier? His Royal Highness Yen said slowly, there's only one. Lu Zhao immediately said in an obsequious manner, my little niece knows how to share blessings and care for her sister at such a young age. You're the best. His Royal Highness Yen snorted. He didn't like Lu Zhao's obsequiousness. At that moment, Feng Yu, who hadn't made a sound the entire night, somehow opened the iron cage and sat beside His Royal Highness Yen without a word. He took out a pacifier of the same design but a different color and a sweet milky candy. Good girl? His Royal Highness Yen patted Feng Yu's head and the latter smiled like a puppy. Lu Zhao was speechless. He didn't know where to start complaining about such double standards. Most importantly, Lu Shi looked up lazily. Can you let us out now? It was painful to be locked in the iron cage. But it hurts. At that moment, Jiang Pingji, who had been a corpse for a long time, finally moved. She lay on the ground like a salted fish and said softly, I think I need an ambulance or a nourishment chamber to heal my body. She didn't pay attention to the strength when she hit him just now. When she returned to her body, she realized that her entire body hurt. My lord? Wei Ci looked at her and didn't dare to approach her. It wasn't that he didn't recognize her, but he didn't dare to touch her since she was injured all over. Seeing the familiar Wei Ci, Jiang Pingji whimpered and said softly, Zixiao, it hurts so much. You have to hug me. Wei Ci let out a long sigh of relief and smiled. Okay, as long as you want. His Royal Highness Yen asked, where's the brain? It was Jiang Pingji's first time being carried by Wei Ci in a princess manner. She didn't want to talk to anyone for a while. I'm back. That guy is naturally finished. As he finished speaking, a bright blue ball of light appeared in his palm. Upon closer inspection, the ball of light was actually a flowing liquid. It was the purest form of spiritual energy after the brain was burned. The ball of light seemed to be attracted by something and floated up slowly. Like flowing water, it stuck to the blade of the god-slaying saber and sank into it. At that moment, the incomplete totem patterns on the blade suddenly lit up, revealing a relatively complete appearance. It was a simple drawing of a celestial being drunk and lying on the clouds. His Royal Highness Yen stared at the drawing for a long time. Jiang Pingji couldn't help but roll her eyes. It looks like you have a lot of secrets on you. Let's have a private talk later. His Royal Highness Yen came back to his senses and snorted. This drawing looks like it's missing a piece. Lu Zhao moved closer to take a closer look. Jiang Pingji said, it's indeed missing a piece. The system's 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. Lu Shi had yet to return to his position. Naturally it was incomplete. Lu Zhao wisely chose to shut up. He was afraid that Jiang Pingji would take the opportunity to kill Lu Shi and return to her position. Xuanmei, take the saber. I'm afraid Xiaoyu is waiting for you. Let's go together. The rest of you go back. The sudden disappearance of living people, especially the disappearance of Jiang Lian and Jiang Yan, would probably cause a huge commotion in Wanzhou. Lu Zhao asked blankly, how do we go back? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yu patted the door frame and gestured for him to come over. It turned out that a door had been erected in the room for some time. Outside the door was not winter but an exquisite courtyard. Lu Zhao was speechless. As a mortal, he had fallen into a group of celestials. The pressure was really great. When Lu Shi and the others disappeared, the door disappeared as well. Jiang Pingji said, Xuanmei, it's been hard on you all these years. However, Xuanmei's expression was gloomy. It's okay. I just hope that you can understand Xiaoyu's pain. Jiang Pingji said, of course. After leaving the farm, Xuanmei couldn't help but run to the figure waiting outside. The two of them hugged each other. Wei Xi was still a little absent-minded. My lord, is it over? Jiang Pingji coughed. It's over? How is that possible? Wei Xi's nerves suddenly tightened. He was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. Jiang Pingji said angrily, why are you reacting so strongly? Wei Xi was speechless. Could she blame him? Jiang Pingji said, we, the world and the future of prosperity and peace. Everything has just begun. As she spoke, Su Ku and Xuanmei came over one after another. After going through so many hardships and fighting with the enemy for 300 rounds, I finally didn't let down my promise to Xiaoyu. Jiang Pingji was now covered in wounds. Even though the moonlight was weak, Su Ku could see the injuries and bruises on her face and arms. I'm back. Su Ku's eyes were slightly red as he listened. Just by looking at the injuries, he knew how much his lord had gone through. His heart ached and he was worried, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. He bowed and said, your subject, Su Ku, greets my lord. Xiaoyu, do you know? That enemy was so powerful and cunning. I almost lost to it. Jiang Pingji was injured, but she was still restless. She bragged about the enemy and she was the victor who was stronger than the enemy. Su Ku repeatedly agreed. Xuanmei, who was beside him, wanted to say something but stopped. As a witness who witnessed everything and knew that Jiang Pingji's injuries were caused by someone, she was now under a lot of pressure. When it was almost dawn, they returned to the city under Jiang Pingji's unreliable directions. Wasn't it Xiaoyu who led me here? Logically speaking, he should have led them back. However, Su Ku said, it was the guidance of the unseen. I didn't remember the way. It was also his first time back to the North Abyss. Jiang Pingji was speechless. At that moment, the sky was slightly bright. A tall and slender figure stood in front of the mansion. The snow on his shoulders was heavy. It was obvious that he had been standing there for a while. Jiang Pingji recognized him at a glance. Wenjing. The man turned around upon hearing her voice. At that moment, the morning light broke through the clouds, and the haze in everyone's hearts was swept away. The sky was clear and the clouds were light. Everything was just right. Chapter 1840. For the first time in her life, Jiang Pingji knew what it meant. Fighting was fun for a while, but it was a crematorium afterward. For 2 or 3 months she lay like a corpse in bed, and it was not until the cold of winter began to thaw and spring began to blow that she was finally allowed to walk. Her external injuries were still manageable, but the stabs from the god-slaying saber were too ruthless and difficult to heal. Even Jiang Pingji's doctor scolded the perpetrator more than once for being savage. Qiguan Rang often came to visit. His expression was solemn every time, and his right hand could not help but clutch something. Jiang Pingji said, I know it's hard for you to bear with it. Bring me your favorite fan later. Why did you deliberately remove it? Qiguan Rang had no other problems except for his fan fetish. Unfortunately, Jiang Pingji was an injured patient and the room could not be exposed to the wind. He said, "I'm not used to it for a while, so I'll just bear with it. But my lord's body, you have to be more careful in the future." Jiang Pingji's entire body was covered in minor and major injuries. She was tied up like a mummy. At first, only her eyeballs and mouth could move. The enemies are all dead. Who else can hurt me? I won't have the chance to not be careful in the future even if I want to. Qiguan Rang did not speak after hearing that. But every time he left, Jiang Pingji suspected that Qiguan Rang was going to fight someone. Wei Xi said, "Wenjing is anxious." Jiang Pingji said, "Fortunately he doesn't know the truth. Otherwise it won't be easy to clean up." As a patient, Jiang Pingji looked calm and collected on the surface. She looked like an otherworldly master, but in fact, her heart was bleeding like a river. If she had known that she would have to bear all the pain by herself, why did she have to be so ruthless that night? A blunder, a blunder. Because of the habit she had developed over the years, Jiang Pingji could wake up very early. She could not move blindly due to her injuries, so she could only lie down all day to pass the time. At this time she especially missed the live streaming room, watching the group of salted fish talk nonsense. The day passed in a flash. However, actually it was alright. After all, they had said goodbye before leaving. It was considered an explanation to the salted fish. Jiang Pingji looked at the flying snow outside the window and thought about it. Wei Xi was serving her lunch. Seeing Jiang Pingji's nostalgic expression, he could not help but ask. "I'm reminiscing about an old friend. We've known each other for 18 years, but I won't be able to see him anymore. I didn't have a proper farewell before I left." Jiang Pingji said, "Life is like duckweed that comes and goes. If we are fated, we will be together. If we are not fated, we will part. I understand this. It's just," Wei Xi said, "but my lord still feels melancholic?" Jiang Pingji said, "Something like that. It's like something you're used to suddenly disappearing and you feel uncomfortable all over. Wasn't Wenjing the same? Every time he comes to see me, he's afraid that the wind from his fan will freeze me, so he deliberately opens his fan outside the door, but he's not used to it. How could a habit of many years be broken after 1 or 2 sessions? According to Wenjing, he had developed the habit of using a fan when he was 5 or 6 years old. At first, he used it to repel mosquitoes for his seriously ill mother. Later, he developed a dependence on the fan. He could not calm down or find a way to think without a fan." Jiang Pingji had been with the streaming room for 17 years and 8 months. Including her age in her previous life, the streaming room had accompanied her for 1/3 of her life. It was gone all at once. How could she get used to it? Didn't my lord say that life is like duckweed that comes and goes? If we are fated, we will be together. If we are fated, we will part. If we are not fated, we will part. Fate cannot be forced. When we separate, isn't it for the sake of reuniting in the future? If we are fated, we will meet again. Jiang Pingji suddenly thought of the words that the salted fishes had said before. If you never forget, there will be an echo? Wei Xi smiled and said, "Maybe that's the reason." After Jiang Pingji had her meal, she followed the doctor's advice and walked for a while in the afternoon to help her body recover. "I walk slower than Lian and the others now." Jiang Pingji held her crutches in both hands and strolled around with Wei Xi's help. Her range of activity was limited to the inner courtyard. She was tired from walking. She put her crutches aside and found a rock garden to lean on. Her forehead was sweating. "My lord, it's better to walk slower." Jiang Pingji looked at him. "What?" Wei Xi said, "If you walk slower, they will grow up faster and catch up." Jiang Pingji was silent when she heard that. Wei Xi suddenly brushed his hand across her temple. There was a strand of white hair that was very thin but very eye-catching. The stronger one was, the more power they held, the more they were afraid of growing old. The emperors who had once unified the country and left behind countless romantic and beautiful names were all like this. It seemed that emperors throughout the ages could not escape this fate. That was why there were various illusions of emperors seeking immortality and longevity. But Wei Xi knew that the person in front of him was not like that. The passing of time was very normal for her. She faced it calmly and even had a different kind of joy. "I've grown white hair accidentally." She twirled the strand of hair and looked at Wei Xi. "Zixiao has one too." After all, Wei Xi was 6 years older than Jiang Pingji. The latter's hair was gradually turning white. How could he be immune? She tied their white hair into a knot and teased him with a smile. "Is this the first step to growing old together?" Wei Xi felt that his heart was about to be melted by her words. If one were to ask what was the luckiest thing in his 2 lifetimes, there was no doubt that he knew the person in front of him. While there was no one in the courtyard, Jiang Pingji wanted to kiss Wei Ci. There were benefits to being a patient. For example, Wei Ci would never refuse. Instead, he was quite indulgent. He would accept any teasing as long as it was not too excessive. Just as Jiang Pingji was about to kiss him, a familiar electronic sound rang in his ears. Ding dong, dear Commander of the 7th Federal Army Corps, Your Excellency Jiang Pingji, your new system has been maintained since XXX year XX month XX day. It has lasted for 2 months, 33 days, 33 hours and 33 minutes. It is now available again. Please take note and receive it. Jiang Pingji was speechless. What a haunting thing. Let's not talk about the strange way the system reported the update time. What was it that the system had been maintaining for so long? Was there a new function? No, there wasn't. Then why did you maintain it for so long? She thought that the system had completely disappeared. Nannies have holidays. 17 years and 8 months plus 23 days. What's wrong with maintaining it for 2 months without rest? Jiang Pingji was speechless. That's not right. His tone was not quite right. Could it be that the sky's brain hadn't died yet? No, it has. I only received its information. That's why I know all this. The previous sky's brain lived for too long. It stored too much rubbish information. I spent a long time to clean it up. The maintenance time is a little long. Jiang Pingji was silent for 2 seconds. She guessed the identity of this guy. Fengyu? Or, the son of the old chief, the spiritual body in Jiang Pingji's god-slaying sword? These identities are mine. You can call me whatever you want, Your Excellency Jiang Pingji. Speaking of which, my continuation still depends on your hard work. Jiang Pingji sneered. She had expected it when the god-slaying sword absorbed the 2 system slices. The mysterious person probably didn't hand the god-slaying saber to her to help Jiang Pingji kill the sky's brain, because at that time, she had already shown signs of awakening her ancient bloodline. His real intention should be for this person. She was slightly displeased, but she could accept it. How can you guarantee that you won't become the second sky's brain to cause trouble? The sky's brain doesn't have rules and constraints, but I do. Old chief. You can call her that if you like. I'm curious about the relationship between the two of you. This is another story. It's a long story. Your Excellency is busy every day. I'm afraid you won't like to hear it. Jiang Pingji could tell that the newly appointed system was not someone to be trifled with. However, if it caused trouble, the person to clean up the mess would be the old chief, not her. Jiang Pingji couldn't be bothered to worry. Can I start the live stream now? Yes. After saying that, it muttered something. The backend has received billions of complaints. It's too late to delete the rubbish. Jiang Pingji was speechless. Did she have reason to suspect that if it hadn't received too many complaints about rubbish information, it would still be able to continue maintaining it? Looking at the familiar interface, Jiang Pingji thought about how she should greet her old friend again. In the end, she started the live stream. There were no loud cheers as she expected. Looking at the empty screen, she, who was used to all kinds of dirty talk, was not used to it. After about 5 minutes, the live stream room gradually gained viewers. The bullet screen became exclamation marks. Tudu Feichio, streamer, did you come back to life? Canteen Daffin Auntie, streamer, did you come back to life? Oatmeal Nanshui, oh my god, did the missing streamer come back to life? Zenshisong Shiningsher, amazing. The locked coffin was pried open by the streamer? Saishang Jiangnan Fengguang Hao, oh my god, I'm going to tell my parents that the missing streamer came back to life. Jiang Pingji was speechless. She didn't know that on the first day the live stream room disappeared, Weibo was paralyzed. The platform's programmers worked overtime and couldn't save the situation. The next day, Weibo was flooded by the news of the live stream room's disappearance. Many fans cursed and turned to anti-fans. They had to. They had been following the TV series for 17 years and 8 months. It was finally going to usher in the long-awaited finale, but at the last minute they said it was a eunuch. If they had known it was a eunuch, they would have said it earlier. The foreplay was done. Why couldn't they say it at the critical moment? The fans who cared about Jiang Pingji and the angry anti-fans fought on Weibo for 3 days and 3 nights. The trending topics took turns dominating the list. The other celebrities who wanted to buy trending topics were miserable. A lot of money was spent, but they couldn't even find a trace. Such a chaotic battle lasted for 7 days. The netizens felt that they could fight for another 800 rounds. The programmers who woke up in the ICU with their livers complained on Weibo, begging them to stop fighting and give them a way out. After 7 days, the popularity of the matter gradually died down. On the 8th day the live stream room disappeared. There were still people who thought it would come back. Now that more than 2 months had passed, many familiar fans looked at the saved video from that year in a daze. Did this magical livestream room really exist? When they all desperately accepted reality, the livestream room sent a push notification to the fans who followed it. They were stunned. When they came back to their senses and wanted to rush into the livestream room to demand an explanation, 5 million people were already under smiley face, angle, underscore. It was okay if the livestream room was full. They still had Weibo. Therefore, the programmers who had just been discharged from the hospital saw the backstage collapse again. They took a deep drag on their cigarette. Damn it, resign. Chapter 1841. I Am Really a Rich Second Generation by Chiu Yueming Chen. Duo wearing cheap basketball pants and holding a stripper. On his 20th birthday he received a call. Duo, I got you a piece of land. SF Express? Thank you to my parents for solidifying my flesh and blood, thank you to my parents for shaping my soul, thank you to my parents for making me a rich second generation. Actually, it wasn't easy being a second generation rich kid. Revolution Goddess? By grass bandits, Li Qi was thrown into a different world by the goddess of revolution. There were gods and demons everywhere, and there were as many transcendents as dogs. It was hard enough for him to fight for a good future, but the goddess wanted him to start a revolution for the mortals here. There were no witches, only witches. Guns, explosives and steam engines were no match for divine spells, magic and spiritual power, so they could only use weapons of faith. Growing up under the red flag, Li Qi could only rely on the most advanced thinking to slay gods and slay devils in the world of Fein, fighting against the heavens and earth, planting the red flag all over Fein. The strongest boss in the heavens, by 7 fleas. When Chui opened his eyes, he found himself lying in the cleansing room. An old eunuch was holding a knife and pointing it at his crotch. Nanny Dad's Restaurant in a Different World, by Gentle Voice of Rivers and Lakes in Chaos City on the Norland continent, there was a strange restaurant. Here, elves had to share tables with dwarves, orcs were strictly forbidden from making noise, dragons could only sit in the small square in front of the dining hall, and demons even had to bring their own special stools. However, there was a long line in front of the door of such a strange restaurant every day. The elves disregarded their manners and ate skewers, the dragons sat around the hot pot with ladles in their hands, and the demons ate the cute dumplings. You won't be able to find another place like this on the continent. This boss is a genius. Then, he secretly glanced in the direction of the door. Also, don't even think about taking the boss away or eating without paying. Otherwise you'll die miserably. Pay up for your meal or I'll beat you to death. A cute little loli paced back and forth at the door as she spoke in a childish voice. Her gaze landed on the giant dragon at the side, and the 5-meter-tall giant dragon could not help but shiver. Genius. 1 second. Remember site address. Mobile version, M. Chapter 1842. Of course he would never resign, not in his entire life. As a middle-aged man in his 40s with parents and children, even if he went bald, he would still code diligently and fight the bug to the end. Life was stressful and he had to give in. Although the programmer was only in his early 40s, he had unlocked many positions such as the position of writing code on bicycles, buses, trains, planes and other transportation vehicles. He had also fought the bug in the devastation of typhoons and earthquakes. In his short life he had a lot of experience. After a moment of depression, he decided to unlock a new achievement of hospital liver code. I don't believe it. If you survive this, you'll be the best programmer. After saving the server for an hour, he began to shut down. His colleague added him to a group of victims of the programmer. The programmer? What did that mean? His colleague said with a sad face, "Tisk, look at the group announcement." The programmer crawled over to take a look and was instantly stunned. He even trembled. Victims of the programmer. Recount the poor programmers who have been mercilessly slaughtered by the killer programmer. He opened the group announcement and looked at the number of people in the group. He could not help but clutch his wounded little heart. This was a group of 2,000 people. Currently there were 1,995 online under smiley face, angle, underscore. His colleague sighed. This group was also added by a retired senior. The group is full of victims. Some are still struggling in their positions, some have already left to work in other industries. This is still the situation on our side. I heard from my colleagues in the other side of the streaming room that their situation is tragic. Sigh, the profession of the programmer is very good, but unfortunately he encountered the killer programmer. He was born at the wrong time. QAQ. He died with his eyes wide open. QAQ. This was only the 6 groups on Penguin. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a few other WeChat programmers. He should not have jumped to Weibo back then. His colleague said again, I have an ominous premonition. Maybe the great emperor wants to rush his performance and kill a few more programmers as a sacrifice to the heavens. After sending this message, he sent an emoji of a bald man smoking. The programmer almost cried. The new year is over. Why is the great Emperor Jiang rushing his performance out of boredom? His colleague said, maybe he wants to make up for the 3 months of performance he missed? The programmer, was this a joke? During the period when Jiang Pingji's streaming room disappeared, the frequency of network server crashes and the impact of traffic was more terrifying than the previous year. With such an impressive record, did she still need to make up for it after she returned? Looking at the sighs and mockery in the group, Coder Monkey wiped his face. I think I can still save. Jiang Pingji didn't have the slightest idea that she had inadvertently caused another programmer to cast a permanent shadow on his career. Right now, she was like a pitiful student being questioned by 5 million teachers, parents. Originally, there were more fans than haters in the livestream room, but now the haters had an overwhelming victory. Jiang Pingji could only be obedient. After all, salted fish in the livestream room had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Acting innocent was also a good way to avoid persecution. As the salted fishes cursed, someone suddenly posted something that made them burst into tears. The other party's hand speed was extremely fast. It was obvious that these words were not written on the spot. Instead, they seemed to have been prepared long ago. After a few hundred words, there was only one sentence left. It's good that you're all right. Jiang Pingji couldn't help but reveal her standard bright smile, the kind that showed all her teeth. Yes, I'm all right. Tudu Feichio, I've been worried that something happened to the streamer. That military salute was too scary. Gui Kai Guo Fengxiu, promise us that you won't do military salutes so often in the future, okay? Jiang Pingji's military salute at that time was the worry and anxiety that they would have to repay in the future. Jiang Pingji said helplessly, at that time I was worried that I wouldn't be able to come back. Even if I came back, the possibility of the livestream room existing was not high. It's just that I don't know how to explain it to you. Look, I've been recuperating for 3 months and I still can't walk normally. How pitiful, I almost died. When I was on the brink of death, all I thought about was you guys. It's you guys, the cute and amiable little angels, who gave me the strength to climb over the line between life and death. I love you guys, really more true than pearls. Even though he knew that Jiang Pingji was talking nonsense, the sentimental salted fish was still fooled and cried loudly. Just as Jiang Pingji said, she was still so weak after recuperating for 3 months. It was obvious how dangerous it was when she was injured. The salted fish were soft-hearted, not to mention that Jiang Pingji was someone they had watched grow up with, or rather, someone who had grown up with them. At that moment, a salted fish couldn't help but ridicule. Gurengui Gurengue after a rain? I bet that the little angels you mentioned definitely don't include creatures like the coder ape. In an instant, the bullet screen became a hot topic and it even became a trending topic. Shinla Zayakakai, haha, I'm dying of laughter. You can't get over the coder ape joke, can you? Shuaxia, how can it be so easy? After all, the 3 treasures of the livestream room are the streamer, the salted fish, and the coder ape under smiley face, angle, under. Jiang Pingji expressed that she didn't know anything. Innocent, pitiful, and weak JPG. Of course, there was no lack of fans who thought that the streamer was invincible. They didn't believe Jiang Pingji's words. The streamer was such a powerful person, how could she be easily beaten to the point of hovering between life and death? When Wei Ci came over and carefully accompanied her on a walk with her walking stick, this wave of salted fish was also sad. They had only been away for 3 months, and their daughter had been violently beaten up. Sad. Relying on the clever manipulation of acting pitiful, Jiang Pingji successfully made the fans who had previously turned from fans to fans and continued to spout nonsense. Jiang Pingji expressed that it was very good. Her daily source of happiness had returned. Although she was seriously injured, Jiang Pingji was in good health and recovered quickly. When the coldness of the North Abyss completely dissipated and the people changed into spring clothes, Jiang Pingji also got rid of her walking stick and returned to her lively state. Based on this state, we'll be back to Dongqing soon. Chiguan Rang's hand that was holding the pen paused. He looked up and said coldly, back to what Dongqing? Jiang Pingji? Su Ke came in carrying a tall stack of documents that blocked his view. He was panting after putting them down. He was already so old, but he still had to work overtime until he was bald. It was really hard on him. My lord, you have now unified the 5 countries in the world. The 5 countries are all gone. It's time to choose a good time and a good new name. Dongqing, Nanxing, Beiyuan, Xichang, and Zhongzhou had to be called. Those who did not know would think that the world was still in chaos. From the emperor to Shan and Yu, they all had the same surname but different names. There were only a few who unified the world. My lord's virtue is no less than that of the wise emperors of the Ming dynasty. The first important thing for those who established a country in the past dynasties was to establish a name. Establishing a new name meant changing dynasties and completely drawing a clear line with the old era. This was a matter of great historical significance. This matter was very important. Jiang Pingji said, "Do we still have to choose?" "Of course it's Jiang." Suku was stunned. "Choose the surname as the name of the country? My lord, are you sure you want to be so casual? At the very least, it would give those talented ministers a chance to show off their knowledge." Qiguan Rang also felt that it was inappropriate. His lord could secretly insert Jiang as a backup name, but she should not be so obviously narcissistic. Jiang Pingji asked them in return, "Isn't Jiang good?" Suku said, "The surname bestowed by the heavens is naturally good. It also means to be protected by the heavens, but, in order to prevent people from criticizing his lord for being narcissistic, the matter of the name of the country still had to be done in secret." Jiang Pingji said, "How were the names of the countries chosen in the past?" Choosing a country's name was a very serious matter. Looking at the various dynasties and generations, one would find that the name of a country had a certain origin. For example, the place of origin of power, the original title of nobility, the place of ancestral home, or being affiliated with a once powerful dynasty to gain popularity. It was not that there were no countries that used their surnames as their names, but it was very rare. Moreover, Jiang Pingji's situation was a little special. If she decided to use Jiang as the name of the country, she would be criticized for not being reserved. Understood smiley-faced, Engel. Understood even though his lord had always regarded narcissism as a virtue. Then we'll decide it secretly. After listening to Suku's long speech, Jiang Pingji said, "I'll listen to the opinions of the ministers." Suku was speechless. Didn't my lord think that the first half of the sentence was very contradictory? If it was up to the ministers to decide, they would definitely avoid using the country's surname, but my lord wanted to decide it internally. Qiguan Rang said, "We'll discuss it when we get to the capital." Jiang Pingji seemed to have drunk too much and asked in a daze, "What the hell is the capital?" Suku reminded her, "Before my lord went to Beiyuan, didn't you set the capital of Pingfengdu in Xuanzhou, Zhongzhou?" Of course, Pingfengdu had been forced to change its name. Jiang Pingji then remembered this matter. "However, why do we have to go there?" Suku and Qiguan Rang were speechless. If the future emperor didn't live in the capital, where would she want to live? Furthermore, Suku said, "The world has just settled down. In order to appease the people, my lord should consider ascending to the throne as soon as possible." No matter what, his lord was the first female emperor to ascend the throne since ancient times. The grandeur that she should have should not be inferior to that of her predecessors. Of course, according to his lord's thrifty temperament, if she were to handle this matter, she would probably simplify it as much as possible. Suku expressed his firm opposition. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. My lord can't be rash. It had to be a grand event." The new palace had already begun renovations. Fortunately, Pingfengdu was once a prosperous ancient capital. All kinds of facilities were considered complete. It was not too late to choose a place to modify into a palace. There were also people to handle the various etiquette details. What Jiang Pingji had to do was to memorize the various procedures on the day of ascending to the throne. Of course, there was also the dragon robe. From the design, choosing the style of the dragon robe to the start of the production, it would take more than half a year even if hundreds of royal embroidery maids with exquisite embroidery skills were gathered to work day and night. Jiang Pingji felt a headache when she heard this. "I'm just a patient who has just recovered from an injury." What a pitiful patient. Why couldn't he let her go? Suku said solemnly, "My lord, I already know everything." Jiang Pingji was speechless. Xuanmei, that big mouth. Chapter 1843. Be brave enough to admit your mistakes and never repent. These 8 words were probably referring to Jiang Pingji herself. Just a few days ago he had promised her nicely, but a few days later, he went back on his word. Every time he looked for her, he would have to run errands for her. Suku and the others couldn't help but have a rebellious thought. Their lord's injury wouldn't recover so quickly. Under smiley face, Engel. Under seriously, the lord who had recovered her vigor was like a monkey. She jumped up and down and could not be found at all. There were many things that no one could handle except for Jiang Pingji. This was limited to matters related to the ascension to the throne. Jiang Pingji was particularly impatient with these empty rituals. She did not like them. Qiguan Rang and the others had no choice but to pass this heavy responsibility to Wei Ci. No matter where Wei Ci was waiting for the Lord, he must let her settle the matter so that the day of the ascension to the throne hall would not be delayed. Wei Ci, Jiang Pingji couldn't help but slap the table and laugh maniacally. When Zheng and the rest have also learned bad things. They're driving so fast that they can fly. After being together for so many years, Wei Ci could now understand some of the weird things that Jiang Pingji said. He could not help but blush. What do you mean, my lord? Jiang Pingji hooked her arms around his neck and breathed lightly into his ear. She said ambiguously, what if Zixiao is blocking someone in between the sheets? Wei Ci, nonsense. When Zheng and the others were all decent people. How could they be like their lord, who would speak dirty words at the drop of a hat and say such shameful and vulgar things? However, since Zixiao took the initiative to deliver himself to me, I won't stand on ceremony and will kindly accept it. Jiang Pingji's arms slithered into his clothes like a snake. The skin under her palms was warm and firm. She could feel his heartbeat through his skin. Every minute of the night is worth 1,000 gold. Wei Ci raised his hand and grabbed Jiang Pingji's hand, which was randomly lighting the fire. His posture was that of Lu Xiaohui and he did not move. I don't care. My lord has already made her choice. We'll talk about other things after we're done with our business. In any case, it was an important task entrusted by Qiguan Rang and the others. Wei Ci could not let Jiang Pingji fool him. Jiang Pingji was speechless. How long had it been since she had eaten meat? Wei Ci had to say something that spoiled the mood at this time. She had to hand it to him. My color is not as good as these drawings? Jiang Pingji twirled the few drawings between her fingers. They were all ideas about the newly made dragon robes for women. If Jiang Pingji was a man, she could make some modifications based on the predecessor's style, but she was a woman. She couldn't follow the old pattern. After all, she was the first female monarch in history. Every detail had to be unique. For this reason, Master Yuanjing and a few other knowledgeable scholars gathered together to look for documents and materials. They tried to change the dragon robe into one that was most suitable for her. It took a lot of effort to submit 8 sets of blueprints. Almost all of them could be used, but it still depended on Jiang Pingji's personal preferences. After she made up her mind, this dragon robe would also serve as a template for future emperors. It was of great significance. However, Jiang Pingji had an unusual sense of beauty. It would be fine if she just randomly chose one, but the key was that someone beside her had to tell her the meaning of every detail of every drawing and every detail of the dragon robe. They had to ask her if it was okay and if she wanted to change it to something else. Jiang Pingji's eyes were filled with mosquito-repellent incense when she heard the last part. After hiding for a few days, he finally could not resist Wei Ci's temptation, and walked right into the trap. Zixiao had also learned bad things. Wei Ci said, my lord's color is naturally unparalleled in the world, but I thought that my lord's appearance in the dragon robe would make heaven and earth pale in comparison. Jiang Pingji was silent for a moment. She could not help but put her long legs on his shoulders and said with a smile, I didn't expect that the thick-browed, big-eyed and righteous Zixiao would have such an unknown hobby. You also like to roleplay. You want me to wear the dragon robe and have sex with you? Wei Ci was speechless. The older people got, the more they knew how to restrain themselves. However, the older his lord got, the more she did not know what the word shame meant. He said it so casually, but he felt that he was too shy. How can I not agree to Zixiao's request? The drawing of the dragon robe that was presented was not fancy. It looked simple, but it could not hide its calmness and grandeur. It was also a 12-chapter royal robe and 12-chapter royal robe, but the style was somewhat different from what people knew. It was more inclined towards a woman's figure. Among them, the 12-chapter royal robe was made of copper and the robe was made of silk. It was black on the outside and vermilion on the inside. The front and back of the robe were 1 foot wide and 2 feet and 4 inches long. There were 12 robes at the front and back, and they were pierced with colorful jade beads. The colors were red, white, green, yellow, and black. The content was supported by literature. As for the 12-chapter royal robe, there were 8 robes drawn on the robe. The sun, moon, and dragon were on the shoulders, the stars, mountains, and rivers were on the back, and the fire, insects, and zongi were on the sleeves. The 4 chapters of the robe were Zhaozhao, Mi-Yi, and Fu. The middle sheet was made of plain muslin, and the color of the robe matched with the robe. In addition to the overall style, there were also jade accessories that dazzled Jiang Pingji. Even the readers would find it difficult to understand. She also didn't know how those great scholars had the time to go through so much trouble for so long, and even came up with several versions. It was said that there were several versions, but in fact, the positions of the patterns on the 12-chapter royal robe were different. She did not know whether it was fate or aesthetics, but the dragon robe that Jiang Pingji chose was the same as in her previous life. Jiang Pingji was speechless. Yes, didn't Wei Xi know what the future dragon robe would look like? Why did he not let him decide? Why did he have to make her go through all this trouble? Wei Zixiao, you are so evil. Wei Xi said, the meaning is always different. I hope that this life of yours will be perfect, without any flaws or regrets. Choosing the dragon robe was also a kind of pleasure, wasn't it? Jiang Pingji fiercely bit his collarbone, leaving an ambiguous mark. They were flirting with each other until the next morning. Looking at the byt that Jiang Pingji had thrown into the brazier to burn, one could tell how the battle between the two of them had been last night. Before ascending to the throne, Jiang Pingji had announced to the world that she would name the new country Jiang, and change the era name, which was equivalent to declaring herself an emperor. She was an actual emperor, but she had yet to put her seal on it in name. Since she had yet to embark on the path of enlightenment, she could not be considered to have truly ascended to the throne. The officials still used the old way of addressing her. The palace was renovated 2 years in advance. After Jiang Pingji arrived in Pingfengdu, which was the future imperial capital, she moved into the palace that had just been renovated halfway and began to gradually formalize the team. For example, she abolished the official titles that had been used in the troubled times in the 5 countries. She further clarified the jurisdiction and responsibilities of each official. At the same time, she would confer titles to the officials, reward them, promote them, and punish them. The overall system leaned towards the 3 provinces and 6 ministries that Salted Fish in the streaming room was familiar with. However, the 3 provinces and 6 ministries were still very different from the 3 provinces and 6 ministries system that they knew. The most obvious point was that Jiang Pingji's control of power was more centralized, reducing the room for the aristocrats to intervene. The world had just been established and the military power was in her hands. Even if someone used the example of the predecessors to mock Jiang Pingji, she could not be bothered to care. The so-called being faithful and righteous, honoring virtue for merit and ruling the world, was just the world in people's imagination. With the current level of science and culture, it was impossible to achieve such a situation. As long as people had selfish motives, they would always think of ways to fight for benefits and favorable conditions for themselves. It was not that there were no truly selfless officials who ruled the world, but they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It was impossible for all the civil and military officials in the court to be like that. If he allowed Jiang Pingji to delegate all her power to others, she would be killed in a few months' time. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was early autumn. At the same time, the scheduled auspicious day of ascending to the throne was approaching. Not only did Jiang Pingji have to busy herself with government affairs, marking memorials from all over the country, and caring about the people's livelihood, but she also had to learn the etiquette on the day of ascending to the throne. I'm not the emperor, who am I showing the etiquette to? As a teacher, Wei Xi gave Jiang Pingji special lessons in private. Seeing her like a dehydrated salted fish, he could not help but feel sorry for her, but he was helpless. The only thing he could do was to look at his lord anxiously until her heart softened. Jiang Pingji was speechless. The older Wei Xi got, the better he was at making use of his advantages. He knew that she could not harden her heart to him. I'm really scared of you. Kiss me and I'll continue learning. Wei Xi said, Your Majesty should address yourself as I. Jiang Pingji said, But you're my wife. You're unrestrained in front of my wife. So what if you address yourself as I? Besides, it was not like the emperor could keep saying I all the time. Wei Xi sighed, but he was also helpless. The 2 young princes were always lonely, all day long. On the contrary, His Majesty was not very interested in addressing himself as I. Jiang Pingji could not help but roll her eyes. Lian learned bad things from Yen. She still calls herself lonely at such an old age. If she's lonely, then what am I? His parents were not dead, so what was lonely about lonely? Wei Xi said, But I want to hear Your Majesty address me as I. Jiang Pingji was speechless. She realized that Wei Xi not only had a fetish for role-playing, but he was also a little bit of a masochist. He would only feel comfortable when he was bullied and oppressed. However, what could she do? She had to spoil her own little princess. My greatest regret is that I can't give you a legitimate identity. Jiang Pingji pretended to be serious as she held his hand. This was not only her regret, it was probably also Wei Xi's regret in his previous life. However, Wei Xi said with relief, "It's the fortune of 3 lifetimes to watch the mountains and rivers together with your majesty. I have no regrets." The identity that he was obsessed with in his previous life was worthless now. He had already seen through it. As long as he could still stand by the person in front of him and accompany her through the seasons, it was the greatest happiness. Whether it was a coincidence or not, on the day that Jiang Pingji ascended to the throne, the streaming room happened to have a new episode of Dreaming of 1,000 Years. Congratulations to the audience, Idle Fish Reader, for drawing the quota for the XXX episode of Dreaming of 1,000 Years. When the new emperor set off, he was in a trance. The scene suddenly changed from his home to a spacious outdoor space. He did not notice that the bullet screen in the streaming room was exploding. Tudu Feiqiu, oh my god. Jinwang Raigan, I'm so envious of the real name system. Before he could react, he heard the familiar chime music. It was the chime music that he had recorded in the streaming room. It was said that the streamer would use it on the day of her ascension to the throne. He felt that he did not have the chance to see it in person, but it would be great if he could listen to it. In the end, he stayed among the officials, his gaze following the figure in the red and black imperial robe as she moved slowly. The weather was excellent that day. The sky was clear and the air was refreshing. There was a gentle breeze that filled the robe. The 12 beads collided with each other as she walked, making crisp and melodious sounds. The god-slaying sword hung from her waist. She wore the 12 imperial robes and the 12 beads on her head. She walked up the stairs step by step. The emperor was in a trance, as if he was in a dream. I will watch you rule the world with my eyes while I am still alive. From first acquaintance to the present, this journey had finally come to a successful end. When her figure was against the light, many people had tears in their eyes. They formally bowed to her for the first time. Long live the emperor. Her voice resounded through the sky, as if it wanted to rush up to the clouds and leave an everlasting mark. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come to read the mobile version. Chapter 1844. It was midsummer and cicadas were chirping outside the courtyard. The hot weather made people upset and even affected the mood of the chess players. If you don't think about it carefully before you play, I'll win this game again. Qiguan Rang held a feather fan in his left hand and waved it gently. Every feather was white and clean. The handle of the fan was made of flawless white jade. The pendant of the fan was a beautiful lotus flower. The long tassels hung down and piled up on his knees. From afar, it looked like a thick cloud that was about to disperse. He sat on a mat with a complicated chess game in front of him. The person sitting opposite him was Feng Zhen. There were rumors in the court that Qiguan Rang and Feng Zhen didn't get along. In reality, other than their conflicting political views, they had a good personal relationship. For example, right now the two of them could play chess together in the middle of summer. There was a plate of golden melon seeds on Qiguan Rang's left. Feng Zhen also had a plate, but there weren't as many as he had. Feng Zhen looked at the losing game and hesitated. After thinking for a long time, he threw the flag back into the box and mumbled, I lost. He didn't just lose this game, he also lost a few golden melon seeds under smiley face. Engel, undersure your heart isn't calm. Qiguan Rang won another game, but there wasn't any joy in his expression. Feng Zhen tidied up the chessboard out of boredom. He didn't care about how many golden melon seeds he'd lost to the guy in front of him. How can I calm down? The summer is hot and dry, but the court is chaotic. His Majesty has been sick for 3 days in a row. Feng Zhen, who was usually fearless, was a little scared now. He had followed His Majesty for many years and His Majesty had always been a model worker. He fought bravely and worked hard. Occasionally he would slack off, but it didn't matter. 365 days a year, he never rested for a single day. He was always making trouble for the court officials. No one in the court dared to slack off, but now he had been sick for 3 days in a row. Every day Feng Zhen had the energy to leave early after finishing his work. Today he still had the time to play chess with Qiguan Rang. He was so bored he doubted his life. Qiguan Rang's expression was calm, his deep eyes as quiet as a deep pool. It made people want to calm down. Everyone has 3 disasters and 9 difficulties. It's common to be sick and miss court. It's just a 3-day court. Feng Zhen couldn't help but roll his eyes. What did he mean by just a 3-day court? I'm worried about His Majesty, Qiguan Rang sneered. What are you worried about? His Majesty did not delay government affairs. Feng Zhen said, I'm worried that His Majesty wants to protect CI with all his might. At this time, 5 days had passed since the meteorite incident that the two of them had planned. Her Majesty had claimed illness and called off the court 3 days ago. However, she had taken many actions in private. It was obvious that she wanted to exert pressure on them and continue to protect Wei Ci. Even though Feng Zhen and Wei Ci were childhood friends, having a good personal relationship did not mean that they shared the same political standpoint. Wei Ci was dragged into the circle of aristocrats led by the Wei family, and those aristocrats were ambitious. From this point of view, Feng Zhen and Wei Ci were on opposing sides. No matter how good their personal relationship was, when it came to political affairs, they still had to fight to the death. At most, on the anniversary of Wei Ci's death next year, Feng Zhen would offer him a few more sticks of incense and pour him a few more cups of wine. If he allowed the landowning households to seize power, he didn't know what would happen to the world that had just begun to take a turn for the better. Feng Zhen had no choice but to do so. Coincidentally, Qiguanrang was also making a move, so Feng Zhen joined forces with Qiguanrang. The two of them naturally did not give Wei Ci a chance to make a comeback. They also knew where Wei Ci's weakness was. Wei Ci's birth date was the biggest obstacle to his ascension to the top. As long as Wei Ci fell, the Wei family that relied on Wei Ci and the other restless landowning households would also temporarily lie low. Unfortunately, everything had been well planned, but Her Majesty just had to drop the ball. After the meteorite fell, Her Majesty did not show much emotion on the surface. However, Feng Zhen had known her for many years and naturally knew that she was angry. She was not angry that Wei Ci had betrayed her trust, but angry that Feng Zhen and Qiguanrang had taken matters into their own hands. It would have been fine if she was just angry. Feng Zhen was confident that he was unharmed, but Her Majesty had called off the court for 3 days in a row. This was a great calamity. She could still hold on the first day, but on the second day she tossed and turned restlessly. On the third day she was dazed and could not concentrate on playing chess with Qiguanrang. Qiguanrang said, "It is expected that Her Majesty wants to protect Wei Ci." Feng Zhen was speechless. If that was the case, why didn't she say so earlier? Qiguanrang smiled calmly. "Wait a little longer, there is no hurry." "How can there be no hurry?" Feng Zhen sighed. "Her Majesty now wants to force the two of us to give in. As long as we don't give in, she may call off the court for another day. To put it blasphemously, there are millions of men in the world. Why does Her Majesty have to be so stubborn about them?" Her Majesty was so afraid of the landowning households, but Wei Ci had repeatedly helped the scholars from the Wei family. If not for the fact that the scholars recommended by Wei Ci were all talented, Feng Zhen and Qiguanrang might not have been able to endure until now. Qiguanrang snorted and said in a low voice, "Heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. This has been the case since ancient times. Besides, he is Her Highness's biological father. If Wei Ci really dies in our hands, Her Majesty may not be affected, but Her Highness's side is different." Feng Zhen said, "You don't intend to let Wei Ci die? If Her Majesty wants to protect him, can you and I touch him? If Her Majesty does not protect him, then Wei Ci is dead. If Her Highness holds a grudge against him, then so be it. After all, his old bones may not live to see the day Her Highness ascends to the throne. Who cares about what happened in life after death?" Qiguanrang placed a chess piece. "If Her Majesty wants to protect him, it's not good for us as officials to disobey. However, we have to take a step back in this matter. If we can protect Wei Ci's life, then we have to give up his official career. If we can achieve our goal, we can also answer to Her Majesty. If they could let Wei Ci die, that would be the best. They would completely eradicate the Wei family's support in the court. If not, then they would take a step back and let his official career be ruined. As Her Highness's biological father, Wei Ci's identity was too sensitive. Qiguanrang also suspected Wei Tsong's identity. Once this father and son pair had uncontrollable ambitions, the good situation would be destroyed. Qiguanrang would not allow Wei Ci to have the slightest hint of ambition. Feng Zhen was speechless. "You really aren't afraid that Her Majesty will be angry with you?" Rather than saying that Qiguanrang was dealing with Wei Ci, it was better to say that he was using Wei Ci to negotiate with Her Majesty. Qiguanrang was blocking his official career. Her Majesty should know that Wei Ci has seriously overstepped his authority. She can't bear to give him a warning, so I will be the villain. On the 5th day of the court strike, Qiguanrang entered the palace dressed neatly in court attire. "I thought I wouldn't be able to wait for Wen Zheng's arrival." Her Majesty, who claimed to be ill and unable to attend court, was now wearing light and simple daily attire, sitting in the pavilion and playing with birds. Qiguan Rang's expression was solemn. "Your Majesty, I have something to say. It's about Zixiao?" Her Majesty scattered a handful of bird feed on the caged birds. "He has also been warned. Let's end this matter here." Qiguan Rang was speechless. "I know what Wenjing wants to say and what you are worried about, but Zixiao doesn't have that ambition," Qiguan Rang said helplessly. "Whether he has ambition or not isn't the key. He shouldn't be so close to the Wei family and betray Her Majesty's trust." Her Majesty said, "To be honest, it's not that close. It's just a normal human relationship, but it was exaggerated by those despicable people." Wei Ci was the most popular member of the Wei family in the court. Who didn't want to curry favor with him? With just a slight response, their friendship was deliberately exaggerated to 13 points. Zixiao is a person who cherishes talents. The Wei family is in a bleak situation. It's reasonable for him to be soft-hearted and promote someone who can be cultivated in the family. Her Majesty stretched out her fingers to play with the birds. Her lips curled into a slight smile. "However, he has no ambition, but others can't be sure. It's good to take this opportunity to make him step down so that he won't be plotted against and used again. In this way you and Zixia can rest assured?" Qiguan Rang heard the last sentence and pretended to ask for forgiveness. "Forget it. Sit down. There's no need to ask for forgiveness." Her Majesty stopped him. "I know what you are worried about." Qiguan Rang and the others joined forces to deal with Wei Ci. She was indeed unprepared, but she knew it was an opportunity when she calmed down. An opportunity for Wei Ci to retreat to a safe position. At the same time, Jiang Pingji had to spare some time to sort out the Wei family. Qiguan Rang was the one who planned all this. After 5 consecutive days of court, she had calmed down. Naturally, she would not continue to argue. She had previously worried about how to separate Wei Ci from the Wei family. Now she had achieved her goal. Qiguan Rang hesitated and asked Her Majesty in a low voice. "Has Her Majesty talked to him about these things?" Her Majesty was surprised. "No. What's there to talk about?" Qiguan Rang wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not voice out his worries. As long as Wei Ci was far away from the center of power, the Wei family could not cause trouble, and the position of the first prince was stable. Qiguan Rang's goal would be achieved. "I hope Zixiao can understand Her Majesty's painstaking efforts." Her Majesty asked Qiguan Rang, "Why should he understand?" Qiguan Rang was speechless. Some things could easily cause misunderstandings without saying anything. Who in the court did not know that Qiguan Rang hated Wei Ci? This hatred lasted for more than 10 years and reached its peak on the day of Her Majesty's death. Wei Ci's son Wei Tsong came to the palace after Her Majesty's death and threatened the position of the first prince, Jiang Yan. Qiguan Rang was one of the important ministers who entrusted Jiang Yan with his son. Under his seemingly pale and calm face, there was a strong desire to kill the Wei family's father and son. Wei Tsong was rebellious and ambitious. He coveted the throne. Who told him his identity and taught him to do so? What role did Wei Ci, his father, play? Perhaps he should not have kept Wei Ci alive that year. Because of this, when Wei Ci drew his sword and committed suicide, firmly denying Wei Tsong's identity as crown prince, Qiguan Rang only looked away coldly. At the same time, he regretted watching coldly from the sidelines for a full 23 years. He did not let it go until he died. "Your Majesty, there is one thing. I have sinned and my sin is unforgivable." The white-haired Qiguan Rang was lying on the sickbed. His pale and sickly face was strangely flushed. This was the appearance of the last radiance of the setting sun. "If I had not treated you coldly that year, perhaps the former emperor would not have. This is not your fault." Jiang Yan, who had ascended to the throne for 23 years, looked calm. "So many years have passed. Why are you still brooding over it?" Jiang Yan did not blame him, but Qiguan Rang could not let it go. On his deathbed, he only had one wish that he hoped Jiang Yan could fulfill. "After I die, I will not enter the ancestral land." Qiguan Rang's voice was as weak as a mosquito, but Jiang Yan could understand what he meant. "I understand." Many years later, people discovered that the grave of the famous minister Qiguan Rang was a cenotaph. While scholars were struggling with this matter, Emperor Qin's mausoleum collapsed. People discovered that other than Emperor Qin, there was an unfamiliar male corpse buried with him in the main mausoleum. His identity could not be verified. An unfamiliar male corpse was also discovered in the official hall of Emperor Qin's mausoleum. The owner of the corpse was 70 years old. This person was not buried with the emperor. Instead, he was buried in the official hall of the mausoleum. According to historical research, the owner of this corpse should be an old minister of 2 dynasties, Qiguanrang. Genius in a second. Remember this website's address. Mobile version. Chapter 1845. Qiguanrang had always rejected the idea of having a son. He had made up his mind to have a dozen daughters, but he had a son on his 3rd child and his 4th child was still a boy. Qiguanwei looked at her husband's long face, and her heart was beating fast. It's my fault that I couldn't give birth to a daughter for you, but the child is your flesh and blood after all. Qiguanrang looked at his youngest son who was being carried by the wet nurse and said emotionlessly, he has already given birth. What else can I do? He couldn't put his son back to be remade into a daughter, so he could only accept the reality no matter how disappointed he was. Qiguanrang didn't like his son, but he treated his daughter like a treasure. It wasn't because he wanted to make a scene or to show off, but because he really liked his daughter more than his son. Qiguan Jinghui and the 2nd Yangzi who entered the Golden Scale Academy 2 years ago. Qiguanrang was very strict with his homework, but his only legitimate son was lukewarm. Although he didn't neglect him, he was obviously not as diligent as his daughter. Qiguanwei felt a lump in her throat, and her eyes turned red. Qiguanrang softened and comforted her, saying that it was the same to have a boy or a girl. In fact, he didn't have anything against his son. Qiguanwei was speechless. He didn't dare to say that to his eldest son. Did he feel guilty when he said that? Obviously, the word guilty didn't exist in Qiguanrang's life dictionary. The scale of his 2nd son's full moon banquet was only half of his eldest son's, not to mention his 2nd daughter's. His colleagues wanted to congratulate Qiguanrang for having a son in his old age, and those who tried to flatter him were trying to please him. However, they were stunned when they saw the situation. The scale of the 2nd Longjuan's full moon banquet wasn't embarrassing, but it didn't match Qiguanrang's status as the 2nd legitimate son. Qiguanwei looked at her 2nd son, sighing and sighing. Usually when people gave birth to a son they would hold a big banquet, invite guests and have a lot of fun. But when it came to her own son she was treated coldly. Fortunately, she had a good relationship with her master, and there wasn't any conflict between them because of this son. But as a mother, which mother would be happy to see her own child not loved by her husband? She was naturally upset. When her father, Wei Yuan's 2nd wife, who was also Qiguanwei's stepmother, came to visit her, she couldn't help but look a little worried. The 2nd wife said, "You're thinking too much. After so many years, how can you not know the personality of the person sleeping next to you? No matter how much he valued his son, he wouldn't really neglect the old man in your arms. At most, he doesn't dote on me as much as he dotes on his daughter. Why do you have to worry yourself over this?" The 2nd wife was only a few years older than Qiguanwei. Rather than calling them mother and daughter, they were more like close friends of the same age. They didn't hold back on some heartfelt words. In the eyes of the 2nd wife, Qiguanrang was indeed a rare good man. Ever since he got married to Qiguanwei, he only had this one wife by his side. Even when he went out to war, he did not flirt with other women, nor did he accept any beauties that his subordinates fawned on and showed filial respect to. If it weren't for the good relationship between husband and wife, Qiguanwei, who was almost 40 this year, wouldn't have given birth to a pearl in her old age. Furthermore, Qiguanwei had also experienced an extremely disgraceful past. If Qiguanrang really wanted to get a concubine, Qiguanwei wouldn't be able to stop him. Not only did he not get a concubine, but he only had one wife all these years. He also didn't learn from the scholars in the past to have a masculine lifestyle. If there was anything wrong with him, it would be that he liked his daughter too much. Qiguanwei smiled bitterly and said, "Humans are always greedy. I thought that the old man could make him happy, but I didn't expect." Sigh. Many colleagues were invited to the 1-month banquet, but the scale of the banquet wasn't big. When people heard that it was a son, they didn't dare to give gifts. In the entire imperial court, Qiguanrang was probably the only one who didn't allow a big banquet after giving birth to a son. The 2nd wife said, "Now you say that you don't like him, but maybe you will like him after a few years. The child's appearance is good." Qiguanwei looked at her son's appearance. It was delicate and beautiful. It looked much more attractive than an ordinary baby. Her heart was slightly moved. How about raising him as a daughter? Qiguanrang rejected his wife's suggestion. A son was a son. Why would he pretend to be a daughter and raise him? If something bad happened to him, he might not be able to tell his own gender in the future. Instead, he might get masculine. If that was the case, Qiguan Rang would personally take a stick and break his son's third leg. Qiguan Wuxia was speechless. The older the old man was, the worse his temper was and the harder it was to serve. As an advanced pregnant woman, her recovery speed after childbirth was slower than when she was younger. Naturally, she couldn't take her son out to meet the guests. Therefore, someone else did it for her. In the end, about 2 hours later, her son was gone. Where was her son? Where was her big, precious son? Qiguan Rang said, "Princess Lian likes him. Take him back and raise him for a few days. It won't be a problem." Qiguan Wuxia was speechless. After being married for 20 years, it was the first time that she wanted to divorce the old man. Here's what happened. When the wet nurse took second Langjun out to meet the guests, an important person appeared and pushed the atmosphere of the one-month banquet to the climax. Princess Lian, who was only 3 years old but had a decent appearance and temperament, came down. She accepted the greetings of Qiguan Rang and the other officials and then asked them to stand up. She then sat on the main seat that Qiguan Rang had vacated. Mother is busy with political affairs and can't spare any time. When she heard that you have a son, she specially asked me to come here. Qiguan Rang said, "His Majesty is very busy every day. Such a small matter is not worth disturbing the Emperor." Her Highness Lian blinked her eyes as a smile appeared on her lips. "You are an important official in the court and my mother's right-hand man. How is this a small matter? Can I see the little Langjun in your house?" It had been 2 years since she started learning to read at the age of 1. Many officials had heard that Princess Lian's learning speed was even slower than that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. They used to think that it was exaggerated. Now that they saw it, they couldn't help but sigh. The royal family was indeed extraordinary. Qiguan Rang called the wet nurse over. The wet nurse carried the little Langjun and bowed to her with reverence. "Isn't this my sister?" Princess Lian, who had been arrogant all this time, finally let out a sigh of relief when she saw someone younger than her. She was obviously curious, but she still restrained herself from taking too big of a step. She didn't dare to forget the etiquette taught by the grand tutor. Seeing the baby in the swaddling clothes, Princess Lian broke down. Qiguan Rang said, "The child looks like a girl, but he is indeed a boy." Princess Lian said, "Then this little brother is the best I've ever seen." Want to pinch, ***, but she wasn't a 1-year-old child anymore. She was 3 years old. The grand tutor also said that she couldn't casually pinch others and had to be steady. Qiguan Rang looked at Princess Lian's adorable expression, which showed that she wanted to get closer but was trying to restrain herself. He couldn't help but feel his heart soften. "Your Highness, do you want to take a closer look?" Princess Lian nodded. "I want to hold him." The child's wet nurse couldn't help but make a bitter face. Although Princess Lian was the eldest legitimate child of the emperor and it was the child's fortune that she wanted to hold the child, he was still only 3 years old. Qiguan Rang said, "Bring the little Langjun over." The wet nurse was speechless. What else could she do? She could only pass the little Langjun, who had drunk milk 15 minutes ago, to Qiguan Rang, who then passed him to Princess Lian. The wet nurse didn't have the right to get close to the child. They thought that Her Highness Lian would fall while carrying the child. Some of the courtiers were secretly worried, but Her Highness Lian held the child very firmly. Oh, they forgot that Princess Lian's birth mother, the emperor, was born with divine strength. As the legitimate child, Princess Lian naturally couldn't be compared to an ordinary child. Not only was she holding the child firmly, but she also looked relaxed. It didn't take any effort at all. It just looked a little awkward. "Dear official, the little Langjun and I are fated. He didn't cry even when I held him like this." The baby's bones were soft. Princess Lian carefully held the back of the child's neck and couldn't help but breathe in the fragrance of the baby's milk. A big baby, a cute big baby. She didn't know if it was because of her younger sister's influence, but Princess Lian not only had a preference for good looks like her mother, but she had also learned from her younger sister to have a preference for cuteness. The little Qiguan Langjun in her arms was handsome and adorable. He immediately hit Princess Lian's cuteness spot. Qiguan Rang was a man who wore a thick Princess Lian filter. Naturally, he would say yes to everything. The wet nurse could only choke speechlessly. To prevent the child from crying during the 1-month banquet, she had to coax and feed him beforehand. Princess Lian held the child for a while before returning him to Qiguan Rang. But during the banquet she couldn't help but look around. "He's so cute, ***. I want to hold him again. It's best to bring him home." So, Princess Lian drank 2 cups of fruit juice and ate some side dishes, but she was still distracted. She actually made it until the banquet was about to end. "Dear official, I have a presumptuous request. Qiguanrang said, Your Highness, please speak. Princess Lien said, I see that my dear official's youngest son is very fond of him. I feel that we are fated. Can you let the little Langjun be a guest in the palace for 2 days? Qiguanrang hesitated. My son has just turned 1 month old. I'm afraid he might disturb your highness. Princess Lien said, I will send someone to take care of the little Langjun. He won't be disturbed. Qiguanrang agreed. Wei Ci, who was attending the banquet, saw this and had a bad feeling. He wasn't worried that Princess Lien was a naughty child who would bully a 1-month-old baby. After all, he was the child of His Majesty and himself. He had personally taught him for 2 years. He was careful and meticulous. He didn't dare to make any mistakes. Now, Princess Lien was quite graceful at such a young age. Not only did she talk and act well, but she was also good at taking care of people. This was reflected in the way she took care of her younger sister, Princess Yen. She gave almost everything she wanted. She had a sister complex and was considerate. Besides, he was Qiguanrang's youngest son. Who would dare to neglect him in the palace? But he felt a little strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange about it. On the other side, Qiguanrang agreed to Princess Lien's request. Not only did Princess Lien take away the 1-month-old baby, but she also took away the baby's food, the wet nurse. After the banquet ended, Wei Ci said to him in private, The little Langjun will be fine in the palace. I'm not worried. Although Princess Lien is young, she does things in the style of His Majesty. Qiguanrang wasn't worried. He was just worried about how to explain to his wife that Princess Lien had taken away his son's 1-month-old baby. Wei Ci was speechless. Quite in the style of His Majesty. Was he referring to the fact that he was obsessed with looks? Qiguanrang said, You seem distracted today. Is there something difficult? Wei Ci shook his head. It's not difficult. It's just that the Wei family sent people over a few days ago. It wasn't easy to send them away, but it wasn't easy to reject them either. I've heard about it. But you don't have much of a relationship with the Wei family. Why are they looking for you? Wei Ci said, It's eldest brother's child. Ever since eldest brother passed away, the orphan and widowed mother have been living in poverty. Nie Liang and Ye Qing were defeated. Wei Tsong committed suicide under His Majesty's god-slaying saber. Although Wei Ci didn't have a knot in his heart, he couldn't really watch the orphan and widowed mother die. He could ignore the rest of the Wei family, but he couldn't. However, because of what happened in his previous life, Wei Ci had a knot in his heart with his nephews. If they hadn't secretly instigated and schemed against him, how would Wei Tsong have become estranged from him and committed such a heinous crime? However, these were from his previous life. No matter how much he hated them, he wouldn't blame them on his nephews who had done nothing. He just wanted to find someone to talk to about this matter. Wei Ci didn't want to bother His Majesty. His other good friends were busy. He accidentally revealed a worried look during the banquet, but Qiguanrang saw through it. Just give them silver tails. After all, they can't be too intimate. Qiguanrang said, It's hard to tell whether they're relying on you because they can't live on anymore or because there's someone guiding them behind the scenes. If it's the former, no matter how you take care of them, it's fine. If it's the latter. Wei Ci really looked on coldly from the sidelines. He watched his nephew who had lost his father and his sister-in-law who was widowed live a difficult life. The imperial censor's memorials could immediately fill up His Majesty's desk. No matter what his true temperament was, at least the moral character he displayed in front of others should not be tainted. If Wei Ci even looked on coldly from the sidelines, how could he love the people of the world? However, it wasn't good to be too intimate. Others didn't know, but Qiguanrang knew that Wei Ci's identity was very sensitive. It was fine to be a lone official. He only needed to be loyal to His Majesty. If he was involved in other conflicts of interest and power, Wei Ci would be in danger. Wei Ci said, That's what I plan to do. Giving them silver tails to improve their lives was enough. Wei Ci really didn't dare to touch more things. If you're really worried, you might as well talk to His Majesty. His Majesty's intentions can't be wrong. Qiguanrang felt that communication was still very important. After all, no one could always use their eyes and brain waves to communicate. Wei Ci nodded. As they talked, he felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. What did he forget? He couldn't recall it for a while. Wei Ci was also busy with political affairs, so he quickly forgot about this little wave. Many years later, the 8-year-old Princess Lien officially chose her study partners. Wei Ci saw that among the study partners was Qiguanrang's youngest son. Wei Ci was speechless. He inexplicably felt that this situation was somewhat familiar. This Chiguan, she is only 5 years old. How can he be your study partner? The clean brush spun nimbly between Her Highness's fingers. She played with the brush with one hand and supported her cheek with the other. He's good-looking. Pleasing to the eye appearance was the most important thing. Although the 4 study partners were all good-looking, Chiguan, she was indeed the most good-looking of them all. He had inherited the bloodline of his father, Chiguan Rang, from the northern borderline. He had a high nose and deep eyes. He was handsome and had a slightly feminine appearance. However, he was still young. He was fair and plump. His red lips and white teeth were very likable. Wuxia forced himself not to think too much, but he couldn't help but feel nervous. Grand Tutor, you don't like him? Wuxia shook his head. Wenjing has taught him well. This child has such manners at such a young age. How can I not like him? Princess Lien said, then I will choose him. Wuxia was speechless. Chapter 1846. Chiguan Rang. Chiguan Rang. Wake up. The call was like a distant bell, knocking on Chiguan Rang's heart, slowly waking him up from his long dream. He opened his tired eyes and saw the dazzling light outside the window and the tall green canopy of the trees. The professor is looking for you. His desk mate kicked Chiguan Rang. The latter held his head with a headache, his slightly gloomy eyes showing a bit of defenseless vulnerability. You've been listless these days. Did you go out to have fun? Nothing, I've been dreaming for the past few days and can't sleep well. His desk mate secretly touched up her makeup with lipstick. Her red lips were full and moist. Coupled with her face, she looked even more mature and charming. Another dream? Chiguan Rang looked out the window with his chin in his hand and said faintly, yes, but the scenes in the dream are very fragmented. I always suspect that it's my past life. His desk mate rolled his eyes. You've seen too much. I think it's your imagination that's caused by your sleep disorder. Chiguan Rang didn't answer. He just looked at the scorching sun outside the window without blinking. At this time it was midsummer and the heat outside the window was surging. The air was almost distorted by the heat, but the room was still as cool as spring. Why is the professor looking for me? Chiguan Rang looked for a while and then remembered why his desk mate woke him up. His desk mate said, what else? It's probably because of the exemption quota for the Federation's top university. There are only 3 spots in the entire school and you've always been number 1. No matter what, there should be a spot for you. You're really amazing. You're preparing to make a great leap. Chiguan Rang didn't feel happy and just snorted coldly. There's no exemption. I can still get in based on my ability. He said it calmly without the slightest bit of deliberately showing off, but his desk mate knew that he wasn't showing off. If this was considered showing off, Chiguan Rang was probably on the road of showing off for the past 20 years. He had been number 1 in the Sea Planet's comprehensive exam for 20 consecutive years. He had received all kinds of big and small awards and was one of the best in the comprehensive exam. The Federation implemented 20 years of compulsory education, which was equivalent to elementary school, middle school, high school, and university in ancient times. 20 years of compulsory education were free. Students would get their graduation certificate and could find a good job if they had the ability. Of course, if someone wished to advance further and did not want to enter society at their current age, they could choose to participate in the federal exam at their own expense. Students who passed the comprehensive examination would be able to enter the Federation's most prestigious institutions of higher learning for further study. Higher education institutions had always been strict with those who entered and those who left. The elimination rate was more than 60%. Any student who successfully graduated from a higher education institution was an elite among the elites. His desk mate sighed. That's true, but it's still better to get a spot. Who can guarantee that nothing will go wrong on the day of the exam? Do not forget each other when you are rich and powerful. When you've made it big, I'll go to the central planet of the Federation and rely on you. I've never left Planet C in my life. I heard that the central planet is a flourishing planet with lush greenery all year round. It's not as barren as Planet C. Planet C was suitable for human habitation, but it was barren in resources. The outdoor temperature was above 40 degrees Celsius all year round. The planet's environment was not good, and its geographical location was not good either. It was a remote planet with a very backward economy and society. Although they could live a stable life here, the universe was so big. Who wouldn't want to go out and explore? Chiguan Rang grunted in agreement. His desk mate continued, if you really managed to stand out, that would be amazing. The solidification of the social class in the Federation was not too serious, but it was not easy to climb up from the bottom. Qiguan Rang said, "Don't read those useless news. The current Federation was not like the ancient Earth era. Other than higher education institutions, education resources were free for all citizens. Learning was not as good as the elite students. Rather than saying that resources were biased, it was better to say that one was too lazy and innately inferior. Boring. It's so tiring to talk to a gloomy guy like you." Qiguan Rang did not comment. He went to look for the professor. The professor's words made Qiguan Rang a little unhappy. The professor tried to persuade him to give up the recommended spot. The reason was that he was strong enough to stand out in the comprehensive exam. It was better to leave the precious spot for other students. "This is also for the good of the school," Qiguan Rang said, "but it's not friendly to me." He was confident that he could pass the comprehensive exam, but it did not mean that he deserved to lose the precious recommended spot. Just as his desk mate said, his current state was not stable. He often had headaches and nightmares. It was hard to guarantee that the comprehensive exam would not have any accidents. As for the professor's suggestion, I reject it. The professor's face was a little ugly. "Student Qiguan, how can you face the alma mater that nurtured you like this?" Qiguan Rang said, "It was the Federation that nurtured me and the Federation that allocated the funds. The alma mater only played the role of a middleman. I also hope that the professor can understand that the recommended spot given by the Federation is not a tool for private gain. If it belongs to me, it is mine." After a few days of rejection, Qiguan Rang happened to hear that the third-ranked student had given up the recommended spot and was replaced by another unfamiliar student. That student's results are not outstanding. It's just that his art results are a little better. I can't believe he got the recommended spot. Qiguan Rang coldly read his book. Where there's sunshine, there's also haze. This kind of person is a disgrace to the name of teaching and learning. His desk mate could not help but stiffen. "I say, desk mate, have you realized that the way you speak has been a little strange recently?" Qiguan Rang frowned. "Have I?" His desk mate said, "Yes. For example, when you were sleeping and I woke you up, the look in your eyes and the tone you used when you first woke up was scary. It was still the same face and the same voice, but the aura was completely different. It had the pressure of a superior." Qiguan Rang frowned. "I don't know why, but that dream has been happening more frequently recently. This dream did not just appear in the past 1 or 2 years. It had started when Qiguan Rang could still remember. It was just that he was a little over 6 years old at that time. The dream was vague and he could not remember it clearly. The only thing he remembered was the emptiness in his heart after waking up, and occasionally a strong sense of regret. He felt that he was looking for someone, but he did not know who that person was. While all the candidates in the Federation were busy with the comprehensive exam, Qiguan Rang, who had obtained the recommended spot with excellent results, was very calm. Not only did he have the time to sleep and read, but he even took the time to go back to the largest retirement city on planet C to see his guardian. There were some things he wanted to talk to his guardian about. It was about his childhood memories. His guardian told him a shocking secret. In order to maintain the population, the Federation uses artificial methods to interfere with reproduction. You know this, right? Of course Qiguan Rang knew. Since more than 1,000 years ago, almost every citizen of the Federation came out from artificial incubators, not from the mother's womb. The guardian sighed. Natural reproduction will give birth to children with genetic defects. Artificial methods can screen embryos with genetic problems, but there is no guarantee that there will be no problems after birth. According to the Federation law, children who mature and leave the artificial incubator have their own human rights. No one can forcibly take them away. You are one of those with acquired mental retardation. Your body has detected that your spiritual body is weaker than a paramecium. Qiguan Rang was speechless. Was he serious? The guardian also sighed. These children with problems are usually handed over to a specialized robot organization to take care of them until they die of natural causes. You are one of the unusual ones. When you were about 6 years old, you suddenly detected a strong spiritual fluctuation. You said your name was Qiguan Rang. Qiguan Rang choked out a sentence. But I don't have these memories, the guardian said. You were even sent to the research institute as a baby for a while. You don't have these memories either. This case was too special. The research institute did not have a biopsy, but it was inevitable to do a few more comprehensive examinations. If they could find the root cause, they might be able to solve the problem of those children with mental retardation raised by machines. The results of the research were fruitless. Qiguan Rang was an independent Federation citizen, so the research institute under the Federation's breeding agency arranged for him to be an ordinary citizen. Coincidentally, the guardian was about to retire. He used his position for private gain to ask for Qiguanrang's custody and moved to his hometown, Planet C, to retire. He was very attentive to Qiguanrang's education. The latter's performance was more like a genius than a mentally retarded person with a defect in his mental genes. So many years had passed in a flash. Qiguanrang was now 26 years old. He wanted to participate in the comprehensive examination and go to a broader stage. Qiguanrang was definitely a 1 in a billion miracle. I'm preparing to go to the best university in the Federation. The guardian said, you have ambition. The school's recommendation only allowed Qiguanrang to enter the best university, but he did not know which university it was. He directly targeted the leader of the best university. He had ambition. However, the best university in the Federation is basically training military talents. Your conditions are not advantageous. The guardian did not dare to be so arrogant when he was young. At the same time, he was also a little worried. The Federation has been fighting against foreign countries in recent years. Your path is not easy. Qiguanrang said in a low voice, I don't know either, but I have to go there. The guardian was speechless. It was strange that Qiguanrang was not interested in other things, but he was very enthusiastic about military-related content. While they were talking, the Federation's military media pushed a piece of news. Qiguanrang asked, who is she? The guardian said, Jiang Pingji, the commander of the army. My goddess. If I can get the goddess's signature in this life, it will be worth it. Qiguanrang was speechless. He looked seriously at the determined red-haired woman on the virtual screen. She looked strangely familiar. Why haven't I seen her before? The guardian said, there's a war at the front lines. How can I have time to be on the news? The Federation had fewer large-scale wars in recent years, but there were still local wars. The 7th Army was the front line, so they could not be missed. Jiang Pingji, as the commander of the army, naturally could not stay in the back. The Federation's usual tactic was to report the good news and not the bad news. They comforted the citizens internally and took a tough stance against the outside world. The 7th Army was the front line, so it appeared on the news the least. But with the decrease of wars in the past 2 years, it slowly began to appear in the public's view. Qiguanrang read the news over and over again for a long time. That night, the scene in his dream became a little clearer. He felt that he had vaguely grasped something, but after waking up, he felt a little lost. That feeling lasted until the day he entered the first school. He came to the first school in the Federation from the remote sea planet. He did not know if it was a coincidence or fate, but the student sitting next to him was a new student with the same fiery red hair. Jiang Yen. Qiguanrang's heart trembled. Qiguanrang. The latter also frowned but did not say anything. The principal was giving a long and meaningless speech. When the students were drowsy, he suddenly dropped a bomb. Hearing the uproar and cheers around him, Qiguanrang could not help but widen his eyes and look carefully at the person on the giant screen. The intense throbbing in his chest indicated that this scene was unusual. In a trance, a familiar scene seemed to appear in front of him. It was the strict and solemn prison of the military camp. He was in a sorry state talking to a woman. In this big world, no one can call themselves a wise ruler except for me. Apart from me, who else can you be loyal to? If you are a wise ruler, I am willing to serve you even if I have to go to hell. I will serve you forever. But are you? Of course I am. The woman looked at him, and he was almost burned by the flames in her eyes. He sneered. Words are no proof, the woman said. Indeed, words are no proof, but reality and the future will tell you the answer. Qiguanrang did not know how he got out of the venue. A cold wind with the fragrance of flowers blew over, and he shivered violently. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was out of the venue. In the distance, the red-haired new student of the same batch that he had met once was talking to the famous leader of the 7th Army. The two of them seemed to notice his gaze and could not help but turn around. The goddess, who was also his guardian, walked towards him. She walked without making a sound, but Qiguanrang felt that something was about to rush out from the depths of his mind. 2 meters away from him. Wenjing? Qiguanrang felt something in front of him, and memories of the past surged out like a tide. Yes. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Jiuqian Xinhuang mobile version website. Chapter 1847. Feng Zhu, the third son of the Feng family in Shangyang. He had lived a carefree and noble life since he was a child. He could be said to be the chosen one born with a golden spoon in his mouth. According to the theory of a famous psychologist, there were 5 kinds of human needs from low to high. Physiological needs, safety needs, social needs, respect needs, and self-realization needs. As the youngest legitimate son of the first noble family in Dongqing, Fengju was doted on by his elders since he was a child. They gave him whatever he wanted, so he naturally had no shortage of the needs of the lower class. The psychologist once said that when the needs of a certain level were met, one would naturally begin to desire the next level. Fengju was naturally the same. He was born with something that others could not have. The remaining meaning of life was to pursue himself. In layman's terms, he was a teenager who thought about challenging the impossible all day long to make further progress in his life. Of course, his heart was lonely, because vulgar people could not understand his pursuit and ambition. Just when the world was in chaos, Fengju refused the letter sent by his eldest brother and second brother asking him to go home and stay there. He had to go out and find a wise master. Regardless of the feelings of his 2 brothers, Fengju's servant was a little broken down and wanted to cry. Tears fell down his face. Fengju's face was covered with dirt and he scolded him angrily. "Why are you crying? You're so annoying. Shut up." The servant cried even harder. His voice was hoarse and his tears turned from one to a torrential downpour. He was very sad. He was not crying about how his Langjun loved to court death. He was grieving that he was going to die at such a young age. Yes, he was going to die at such a young age. When they were crossing the mountains, they were caught by a nest of bandits. They were now in the woodshed of the bandits' lair. The little servant felt that there was no hope of escape. Naturally, he wanted to cry to his heart's content. The bandits who caught them were all fiercer than the other. In short, the little servant was very scared. On the contrary, Fengju was very calm. "What's the use of crying?" The servant sobbed. "Third Langjun, this place is so remote. If something happens, I'm afraid your family won't know." Fengju said, "I didn't even cry. Do you think my life is less important than yours?" At this time, Fengju was young and full of vigor. He had the arrogance of a young man from an aristocratic family. The servant was speechless, but he did not dare to disobey. There was no other reason. If it weren't for the attendant dragging them down, Fengju wouldn't have been caught. The errand boy was frightened by the bandits who jumped out and kept clinging to Fengju, making it impossible for him to pull out his sword and causing Fengju to be captured by the bandits. In short, the errand boy was very timid now. He was afraid that he would be killed by the angry Fengju before he died in the hands of the bandits. I'm sorry, Langjun. I didn't mean to burden you." Fengju's mind was also in a mess at this time, and the boy servant was making all kinds of noise in his ear. He really couldn't help but go down. The errand boy muttered insensibly. "Actually, if San Langjun hadn't run away from home," Fengju said angrily. "Shut up. Did he run away from home? He was fumbling ahead for his ideals in life." Mediocre people did not understand his pursuit and ambition at all. After the master and servant had hurt each other for a while, the door of the woodshed that had been closed for a long time finally opened. A few tall and burly figures stood at the door against the light. Fengju's heart tightened, but he also knew that this was not the time to panic. The bandits did not kill them on the spot or interrogate them, mostly because the master and servant still had some value. The negotiation would most likely affect the lives of the 2 of them. In any case, saving their lives was the most important. They could not let these bandits think that the master and servant were fat sheep that could be easily slaughtered. When the time came, they would kill the hostages of the Feng family. After all, no one could escape unscathed after offending the Feng family. It was better to kill the hostages and end all troubles once and for all. However, they could not let the bandits think that the 2 of them had no value at all. For the bandits, the worthless captives were too old and sour even if they were chopped up and fed to pigs. Only when the value was not high or low and they found the right position could they survive safely. If it really did not work, Fengju could still hide his identity and feign civility with the bandits. After gaining their trust, he could plan a later plan and contact the Feng family. "Where are you taking me and Langjun?" The errand boy shrank his head in fear like a quail, but he still plucked up the courage to ask the bandits why they were here. The bandits snorted coldly, picked up the collar of the boy servant, and dragged him away. One of the bandits asked Fengju with his eyes. Fengju's expression froze and he waved his hand. "No, I have my own legs." Third Lang of the Feng family would definitely not embarrass the Feng family. Fengju went to see the bandit leader with this idea. Where was the bandit leader? Fengju stood in the huge hall. The main seat was draped with a neat tiger skin, and the woman who sat in the indifferent posture was sitting there. The woman's expression was cold and unruly, and there was a cute big cat but lying on her lap that everyone wanted to hug, kiss and scratch. It was obviously a tiger. The tiger, the king of all beasts, was lying on the woman's lap like a cat, and from time to time, it let out comfortable and coquettish snores. There was no doubt that the bandit leader Feng Ju wanted to see was none other than this woman. "What's your name?" The woman was too lazy to lift her eyelids, and her slender fingers moved through the tiger's fur. Feng Ju thought of something and bowed respectfully. "I'm Feng San." "Feng San?" The woman smiled lazily. She rubbed her bare feet on the tiger's belly, and the obedient tiger rubbed its big furry face on her knee. The scene was really harmonious and beautiful. What the hell? Feng Ju did not think that this tiger was kind and cute. There was still raw meat hanging from the corner of its mouth. "Are you really called Feng San? What kind of parents would give their son such a name?" Feng Ju lied through his teeth. "My family is poor. Although my parents want to support my third son to study, their ability is limited after all." "Third son? You have an elder brother besides you in your family?" Feng Ju said, "Yes, the eldest brother is Feng De, the second brother is Feng Er, and I'm the third. Naturally, I'm Feng San." When he lowered his head, he did not notice a hint of a smile flashing across the woman's eyes. That smile was not a kind smile but a blatant mockery. It was true that Feng Ju's acting skills were passable, but the boy servant beside him was not. Did he not see that the boy servant's expression was full of flaws? Feng Ju was lying. However, the name Feng San was simple and crude. It was probably similar to the pronunciation of the family San Langjun, right? The woman did not pursue the matter and only said, "Your family is poor? Then I can't let you live. Drag him down and chop him up to feed him. That way we can save some meat." "Chop him up to feed who?" Just look at the excited look on the tiger's face as it crouched beside the woman. The boy servant was so scared that he fainted. Feng Ju did not look too good either. He tried his best to fight for the possibility of survival. For example, although his family was poor, he was good at reading and was knowledgeable. Unfortunately, he was born into a poor family, so he could not enter the officialdom to seek an official career. So if the woman let him live, he was willing to be the woman's inept advisor and help her manage the bandit stronghold. It was also a way out. The woman sneered, "Do you want to be a bandit like me?" Feng Ju said, "There are 360 professions and every profession is worth a try. So what if he was a bandit? Couldn't bandits have the ambition to improve themselves and work hard to expand their career?" Professional discrimination was unacceptable. Feng Ju spoke with fervor and assurance again. The surrounding bandits who were listening were tempted, but the woman had the final say in the bandit stronghold. If she refused to agree, no matter how much the bandits valued Feng Ju's talent, Feng Ju could only be chopped up and fed to the tiger. After a while, the woman nodded and said, "He's a little interesting. Keep him." "Is the boy servant next to you?" Feng Ju said, "Yes. My family is poor, but it's still possible to buy a cheap boy servant." The woman said, "Throw him into the backyard to clean and wash clothes. We're in need of a handyman." Thus, Feng Ju successfully transformed into Feng San, and became the inept advisor of the bandit stronghold. He slowly gained the trust of the woman Jiang Pingji. Only then did he know that the seemingly ordinary stronghold actually had a wide range of businesses. Not only did they have a part-time job of robbing people, but they also worked as bodyguards to escort people. What if no one hired them? They could rob people and see if the merchants they stopped wanted to be robbed or if they wanted to hire them as bodyguards. Feng Ju was dumbfounded by the bandits' actions. "Isn't it not good to do this?" The woman rolled her eyes. "We are bandits. When have bandits ever been reasonable?" Bandits were unreasonable, especially the bandit leader Jiang Pingji. Not only did she dare to rob rich people, but she also dared to rob the officials of Dongqing's government. She was simply lawless. Feng Ju complained in his heart, but in fact he was taking the side of the evildoer. After a few months, Feng Ju was gradually brainwashed by the woman. He surprisingly agreed with all kinds of words she said. Every night, he told himself to calm down, but during the day he followed the bandit leader everywhere to challenge and annex the surrounding bandit strongholds. For the sustainable development of the bandit stronghold, Feng Ju also worked day and night. As a genius advisor, Feng Ju was also keenly aware of the suspicious aspects of the bandit stronghold. The seemingly unreasonable bandit leader seemed to be secretly planning something. There was nothing to study about the other bandits, but the bandit leader was very suspicious. In order to solve this mystery, Fengju had several opportunities to leave the bandit stronghold, but he didn't. He continued to stay. One day, Fengju made great contributions in annexing the bandit stronghold. He arranged all kinds of personnel very well. The bandit stronghold held a celebration banquet. As the inept advisor, Fengju was also surrounded by the crowd and drank a lot of wine. As he drank, he got drunk. When Fengju was young, he didn't have a good alcohol tolerance. When he drank too much, his eyes were watery. His behavior was very different from usual. He was drunk and couldn't hold back the words in his heart. He boldly asked the doubts in his heart, but he found out Jiang Pingji's big plan. I want to overturn this world. The bandit leader, who was also drunk, climbed onto the roof. He held a wine pot in one hand and pointed at the full moon in the sky with the other. I want the sun and the moon to turn upside down. I want all living beings to surrender to me. Fengju crouched under the ladder with the wine pot in his arms and clapped for her. Great ambition, first master. Jiang Pingji asked him drunkenly, what do you want to do? Fengju said drunkenly, my ambition isn't as great as yours. He was really drunk, but the first master seemed to be drunk, but in fact his eyes were clear and bright. Occasionally, there was a sly glint in his eyes. Fengju roared at the moon, I want to achieve what the predecessors couldn't do. There was no obstacle in the world that Fengju couldn't overcome. What was so interesting about making use of the Feng family's background to dominate the court? Dongqing, the court, the corrupt officials? Which one of them was worthy of him? Was the emperor of Dongqing worthy of him bowing down to him? When he thought of his eldest brother and second brother following the path arranged by their families and living according to the prescribed order, he felt extremely uncomfortable. It wasn't because he felt uncomfortable, but because his two brothers couldn't live according to their wishes. You want to overturn the world, overturn the sun and the moon, and make all living beings surrender to you. I'll help you do these impossible things. This time, it was Jiang Pingji's turn to clap for him with the wine pot in her arms. Great ambition, military advisor Feng San. Fengju's cheeks were red from the drunkenness. He swayed left and right with weak footsteps. He waved his hand and said, well said. It's a small matter. It's not worth bragging about. The moon that night was bright and clean. It was cold, but it didn't make one feel cold. Instead, it was very comfortable. It was also from that night onwards that Fengju and the bandit leader had a strange tacit understanding that outsiders couldn't explain. Drinking, having fun, and stirring up trouble were things that Fengju couldn't or didn't dare to do in his life 10 or 20 years ago. Fengju had done them all happily even though he was the third son of the Feng family. He thought that meeting Jiang Pingji was the best accident in life. But as time went by, the world changed. His identity changed from Feng San Fengju, military advisor Feng, to official Feng. It seemed that he had gained a lot, but in fact he had lost more things when his identity changed. Some of these things were given up willingly, and some were lost because he was forced to do so. Many years later, the female bandit leader became the ruler of the world. When she drunkenly called him Feng San, Fengju also responded with a drunken smile. It seemed to be intimate, but it was actually alienating. Or rather, they both knew that the other party wasn't drunk. They were just pretending to be drunk. They used to talk about everything, but now they were distant and indifferent. Fengju had his own difficulties. He became the person she once hated the most and walked the path that was completely opposite to her expectations. The dream was long and meaningful. Fengju lay on the bed and couldn't help but smile. Sometimes he frowned and felt sad. Until the sound of the bell rang faintly in his ears and woke him up from the dream. Why is it so noisy outside? Fengju opened his eyes. He, who had a gray beard and hair, had suffered a serious illness recently. His condition had only improved in the past few days. That was why he was dreaming about the interesting events of his youth. The bell outside had yet to stop. Fengju felt that it was very noisy. At this time, the filial son and grandson who were guarding outside said in a trembling voice, "The Emperor of Daxing." Fengju felt that something was wrong. Oh. The eldest son said with a pale face, "The Emperor of Daxing passed away half an hour ago." Fengju sat on the bed. The string of beads in his hands scattered all over the ground. The person who had been companions for nearly 40 years. Left just like that? They met insignificant people and got to know each other by chance. Although it was absurd, it was still an interesting conversation between the ruler and the minister. The only flaw in this interesting conversation was that the ending was not what they were happy to see. The relationship between the ruler and the minister did not last to the end. Instead, it was alienation and indifference. "Father, Please, restrain your grief. Fengju was silent for a long time. From the first glimmer of dawn to the approaching dusk, he finally snapped out of his trance. His body stiffly picked up the scattered beads on the ground. Come, change your clothes and enter the palace to see the former emperor. The former emperor had passed away. Even if the minister was too sick to get up, he still had to crawl over. Fengju didn't know that the new emperor who had ascended the throne after being suppressed by the aristocrats still had some affection for the Feng family. But he couldn't take the initiative to give them something to use against him. After all, the former emperor and the former emperor's daughter were different. In the future, I'll have to make a living in the hands of your daughter. Chapter 1848. Fengju's most treasured xiangfei bamboo was planted in the courtyard. Every time the breeze blew, the bamboo leaves rustled. Rockery, flowing water, flowers, dense bamboo, it was a quiet and elegant scene. I'm afraid you, Feng Huijia, are the only one who knows how to enjoy life in the Feng family. This is the wine you brewed yourself. The taste is indeed unique. The woman in a pine green dress casually leaned against the rockery by the pond. One of her feet was fiddling with the gravel, and the other was on the water surface. She reeked of alcohol and her cheeks were flushed. Her right hand held a red rope, and the other end of the red rope was an empty jar of wine. Even drinking wine can't shut your mouth. You climbed over the wall and sneaked into the wine cellar. Not only did you drink for free but you also complain that I'm idle. You're really hard to please. Fengju was also sitting not far away. He leaned against the table and held a jar of wine in his arms. With a look of disdain he said, "Remember to pay for the wine." The woman in the pine green dress revealed a drunken smile. She held her forehead with her hand and tucked her fingers between her fingers. Her long hair that was scattered on her forehead was pushed to the back of her head. She said lazily, "Although it's just a few jars of wine, it shouldn't be expensive. But I'm so poor that I can't afford to pay for the wine." Fengju was speechless. This was the first time he had seen someone drink wine so confidently and boldly. If it wasn't for the special status of the woman in the pine green dress, Fengju really wanted to call the servants over to beat her up and send her to the government. Understood smiley face, Engel. Understood however the government was run by her. His two brothers more or less earned a living under her, so Fengju could only tolerate it. Speaking of which, how did you think of learning how to brew wine? The woman in the pine green dress was also the ruler of this world, Jiang Pingji. Her misty eyes were still clear. She asked curiously. She didn't quite understand why Fengju refused to become an official. Instead he became more and more playful. Feng Jin complained to Jiang Pingji more than once that the naughty child's younger brother was troublesome. Fengju was a well-known eccentric scholar. He was uninhibited, loved freedom and courted death. She didn't see him write or write poems. Instead he was interested in eating, drinking and having fun all day. A year ago, for the sake of a jar of fine wine presented by a small country outside the region, Fengju had purposely packed his wallet and left home with his servants. When Feng Jin talked about this, his expression was complicated. Well, her brother was in his 40s and he still ran away from home. She really didn't know what to say. A few days ago, Feng Jin gave her a jar of wine brewed by Fengju. Although it wasn't strong, it was mellow and intoxicating. Jiang Pingji felt that one jar was not enough, so she climbed over the low wall of Fengju's house and stole his wine cellar. As the emperor, Jiang Pingji probably had more drinking buddies than confidants under smiley face, Engel. Jiang Pingji had a high alcohol tolerance and visited the wine cellar many times. Fengju was naturally alarmed and specially came to catch the thief. The two of them bumped into each other so they drank together. No matter how imaginative Fengju was, no matter how reckless he was, he never thought that the ruler of a country would steal someone else's wine cellar. I should be glad that this fellow is a woman and not a man. Otherwise it would be so easy to sneak into a minister's backyard. Fengju couldn't help but complain. Jiang Pingji rocked back and forth with laughter. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a sly smile. You make it sound like there won't be a commotion in the minister's backyard because I'm a woman. Fengju was speechless. Who gave her the courage to say that she wanted to be a minister in green so blatantly? Fengju said harshly, "No wonder I noticed that the green clouds in the sky above the capital were thicker when I came back." Jiang Pingji supported her forehead with one hand and said with a smile, "This also applies to your residence. Your wife is very interesting." Fengju, who had run away from home for a year, was speechless. He knew that Jiang Pingji's words were nonsense, but Fengju still couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. When he was angry, he took a sip of wine to drown his sorrows. Your wife is an ambitious woman. It's a pity that she's confined to the backyard. You've been away for a whole year. She's so bored that she wants to plant weeds in the backyard. She might as well use her connections to find a leisurely place. As her husband, don't you feel a little pressured? Feng Ju was speechless when he heard that. After thinking about it for a while, he understood that Jiang Pingji's purpose for coming today was not just to steal the wine cellar. There are so many people in this world who are willing to share your Majesty's worries and burdens. What's so interesting about becoming one of them? Feng Ju said, what I've been pursuing all my life is to be different from the rest of the world. I want to do things that the rest of the world can't do. The Feng family had a second brother in the imperial court, and the eldest brother was in charge of the Feng family. I only need to enjoy myself while I can so that I won't waste this lifetime of time. Why bother to tire yourself out? At first, Feng Ju thought that he would become an official after the Jiang dynasty was established. However, when he witnessed Jiang Pingji's ascension, Feng Ju felt that the blockage in his heart had finally been lifted. It was as if the knot in his heart for many years had finally been cured. He was the third son of the Feng family. He was born into a prestigious family and enjoyed all kinds of love. He had no ambition for fame and fortune, only the heart to pursue himself. If he asked himself honestly, did Feng Ju want a position that was second only to one and above all? Or was it the right to rule over the entire court? Perhaps because he had been born in the Feng family since he was a child, fame and fortune were as common as breathing to him, as natural as the air. He seemed to be standing at the crossroads of his life, hesitating about the rest of his life. Should he work hard for the family like his eldest brother, or should he attack the imperial court like his second brother and become a superior person? It was the first time that the confused Feng Ju had asked for someone's opinion on such a matter. Of course, he couldn't let outsiders know about such a shameful question. He could only confide in his wife. He was very lucky to marry a good wife. She didn't ask him to fight for power with his eldest brother, nor did she force him to follow his second brother's ups and downs in the officialdom. His wife only said, Langjun, you have pinned your ambition on Meng. What's wrong with living for yourself for once? The Meng that his wife mentioned was a student that Feng Ju had personally taught. He poured his heart and soul into her, even more so than his own biological daughter. Huang Meng, Huang Song's daughter. Feng Ju didn't neglect the education of his children, but his wife couldn't not see the subtle favoritism. She saw it and chose to understand it. Feng Ju was grateful from the bottom of his heart. When his wife supported Feng Ju in his pursuit of self-satisfaction and spiritual satisfaction, Feng Ju completely let go of himself and did things as he pleased. He didn't do anything in the officialdom, but he became a big shot among the big shots in the circle of celebrities. He was an idol-level figure, the kind of person who would throw fruit in a cart when he went out. His eldest and second brothers were angry at first, but as time passed they let him be. To appease his two brothers' anger, Feng Ju simply sent his son and daughter to them. He said bluntly that he had no opinion on whichever one his brothers wanted to groom into the family or the imperial court. Feng Jin, Feng Gue, Feng Ju was also a weirdo who pushed his children to be in the limelight. He never expected that such a weirdo would become Jiang Pingji's drinking buddies. Not only did they drink and chat about the future, but they also helped Jiang Pingji analyze the current situation. Feng Ju wasn't a member of the imperial court, but his sensitivity to the political situation was something that even Feng Jin couldn't compare to. It's just that a bystander has a clearer view of things. After all, second brother is still involved in the situation. Regarding this, Feng Ju modestly expressed that he was inferior to his second brother. Compared to the political affairs of the imperial court, he hoped to experience more interesting things that he had never experienced before. Every time Jiang Pingji heard him say this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. If Huayu and the rest heard this, they'd probably go crazy with anger. From their point of view, Feng Ju was currently losing his ambition and wasting his talents. Feng Ju said, "What's there to be angry about? They're already in their 40s. What if something bad happens to them?" Jiang Pingji said, "You know that they're old, yet you still don't restrain yourself?" Feng Ju rested his chin on his hand and sighed. In one's life, it's not easy to have a chance to live for oneself and to live the way one wants to live. Jiang Pingji smiled as she drank. "You've left for half your life, yet you're still young when you return? Your Majesty's words sound interesting. That's exactly what you're saying." Feng Ju burped and said drunkenly, "I really have to thank my two brothers for helping me bear the burden for being able to be willful and reckless in this life. They can't be willful, so I'll help them live that free and easy life. Jiang Pingji sneered. Your words are getting more and more shameless. Do they still have to thank you? Feng Ju blinked and said, even if my brothers came to thank me, how would I dare to accept it? Jiang Pingji was speechless. Alright, he was indeed thick-skinned. He was very much to her liking. She didn't like to deal with old-fashioned people who were too serious. On the contrary, she admired those who were so unconventional and could play with them. Feng Ju talked about the scenery outside the region, the desert oasis, and the beasts in the dense forest. Jiang Pingji listened very seriously. These scenes should be common to her, but after she came to this world, she was trapped in a small place. The scenery that Feng Ju spoke of was distant as if it was from her previous life. Oh no, it was her previous life. Jiang Pingji sneered and said, You're making my heart itch with these words. If I were to be urged by you to abandon the court and run away from home impulsively, without a care for anything else, Feng Ju smiled and said, in that case I'll become a sinner for all eternity. I'll really be recorded in history. Jiang Pingji stopped smiling and twirled the red string with her fingers. It's a good suggestion, but wait a little longer. When Leonor is 18 or 20, I'll let her travel the world. Remember to lead the way then. It seemed like a joke, but her eyes were full of seriousness. Huijie, you have to travel more, lest there's no one to introduce you to in the future. Feng Ju also said seriously, Your Majesty is in the prime of your life. It's still too early to talk about abdicating. Jiang Pingji shook her head. It's not early. The first half of my life, or rather most of it, will be left to others. The remaining few years will naturally be left to the person in my heart. Feng Ju said nothing. Are you really not going to enter the court? Feng Ju shook his head. Jiang Pingji said, It's good that you don't. Some things are tainted with power and interest. It's too easy to change its taste. For example, your wine tastes just right. Brew more wine. It's delicious. Maybe in the future, the history books will record a few words and people of the future will use your name to name this wine. Feng Ju sneered and said, What wine? Feng Sanjiu? What a vulgar name. Jiang Pingji never walked through the front door. Even though she secretly drank so much that she reeked of alcohol, she still insisted on climbing over the wall. How old are you? You think you're still young? No matter which wall Jiang Pingji climbed over, it seemed that Wei Ci would always be standing outside. She sometimes wondered if he was a spirit at the base of the wall. I'm very happy today. Wei Ci supported her. The two hugged each other and leaned against the wall. What's there to be happy about, Your Majesty? Based on my age, in another 8 or 9 years, Leonor will be able to hold her own. This burden can finally be relieved. How can I not be happy? It's still a long time. Jiang Pingji jumped onto his back. Wei Ci suddenly let out a cry of surprise. She muttered, Sigh, it's indeed still a long time. When Leonor steps down, you'll be almost 60. Wei Ci laughed and said, I'll be old. Do you still like it, Your Majesty? Even when I'm old, I'll still be the most beautiful and handsome among old men. The people outside the wall teased, while the people inside the wall poured wine to the moon. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 1849. Su Ku, courtesy name Xiaoyu, was from Zisong County. He was born in a poor family and was fortunate enough to meet his master, which gave him the opportunity to learn. Before he encountered the great change at the age of 17, he had imagined his future countless times and was filled with enthusiasm. Although he lived a poor life, he still found joy in it. His poor body did not make him poor in spirit. His master was slightly worried about Su Ku's optimism. The more virtuous a person was, once he encountered a setback, he would either be more stubborn or completely destroyed and fall into the abyss. The Dongqing court respected the gentry, and the living space left for the poor was not rich, not to mention that Su Ku's family was not even comparable to an ordinary poor family. With such a proud character, he was really worried that Su Ku would not be able to take it if he encountered continuous setbacks in reality. His master had a vague premonition, but he did not tell Su Ku directly. He only wanted to wait for him to grow older and have a good talk with him. He never expected that Su Ku would be in prison because of a wrong decision. Caught and thrown into prison? How did this happen? Su Ku's master was awakened by his servant. He was so shocked that he forgot to speak. How could Xiaoyu kill someone? Quick, help me change my clothes and bring me to the county chief. Su Ku's master was a famous scholar in the local area. He opened a private school and among his students, Su Ku was the one he liked the most. Although he was born in a poor family, he was very perceptive, careful and patient. He also had a photographic memory, so it was very easy to teach him. He even planned to recommend Suku to find a friend in Shangjing when he was 20 years old and help Suku have a future. How did he become a murderer? The county chief of Zisang County revealed a little inside information for the sake of the famous scholar. It turned out that Suku's mother had offended a noble when she went to the market to buy vegetables. She was pushed to the ground by the noble's servant and died. Suku had just returned home from school and heard the news. He was very sad and angry. He took a knife and went to seek revenge. In the end, he killed the noble's servant. He was outnumbered, and in the end he was caught, beaten up and thrown into prison. The county chief sighed, "I know he is your favorite disciple, so I sent someone to take good care of him. He won't suffer too much in prison." His master's mind went blank. After a long while he said, "You should avenge your mother. What did you do wrong, Xiaoyu?" The county governor could not help but roll his eyes and say, "If killing is used to stop the killing after one's family is killed, what kind of law is there in this world?" His teacher said angrily, "Law? If Xiaoyu's mother was killed, would the nobleman and his henchmen suffer retribution? Punished by the law." The laws of Dongqing sounded nice, but when it came to actual implementation they were bullsh*t. On the surface, the landowning households would be severely punished for accidentally killing poor or commoners, but in reality they would only be fined some money. The gentry could use money to buy a person's life, but it was different for the commoners and commoners. Their crime of assaulting a landowning household was even more severe than the normal punishment. Even if Suku had killed a lowly servant, the noble from the aristocratic family would still make Suku pay with his life. The county governor said, "What's the point of telling me all this? Your student is too hot-tempered. To put it nicely, he would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. To put it bluntly, he has no schemes at all. He is jade, and that servant is not even worthy of being called a tile." It was only because they were familiar with each other that the county governor told Suku these things. Otherwise he would have chased Suku out of anger. After a long while his teacher asked, "Is Xiaoyu's life in danger?" The county governor said, "That family wanted Su Xiaoyu dead, but if you do something about it he will probably be exiled." His teacher had been busy making arrangements for Suku, but in the end he was still banished to a lowly servant and was branded as a punishment for 30 years. Although the county governor took care of him, Suku, who was taken out of prison, was still extremely skinny. "I will never forget the kindness of teaching and saving my life. It is a long journey, and my unfilial disciple will not be able to serve me. Please take care of yourself, teacher." Dressed in prison clothes, Suku's face was no longer as relaxed and cheerful as it was a few months ago. His brows were full of darkness and his eyes were cold. His teacher sent Suku off. In the end, he sighed and handed the prepared luggage to Suku. "I have arranged everything. You, take good care of yourself." Suku took it, but he was not very optimistic. If his teacher could help him, that family could also send someone to do the same to Suku secretly. He was in a mess, and wearing broken straw sandals, he was forced to embark on the road of exile. Just as Suku had expected, he was sold to a broker house as soon as he left Zisang County. He was sold with a straw tag. "If I can rise to the top one day, those who bully me, humiliate me, and hate me should all die." The pain of losing his mother and the disaster of being imprisoned made him grow rapidly in a short period of a year. Even though the tattoo on his face had festered and he had a high fever for several days in the hot summer, he stubbornly survived. His mother had passed away, but his aunt was still alive. How could he die so easily and make his enemies happy? After being sold, Suku became a vegetable washing worker in the backyard of an aristocratic family. Under his careful planning, Suku, who was diligent and intelligent, successfully caught the eye of the kitchen supervisor. In addition, he was literate. Step by step, he became the confidant of the young supervisor in the accounting room. In the spring of the second year, the turning point finally came. Suku, as the dowry of the noble lady of the aristocratic family, entered another family. This family was also one of the aristocratic families in Dongqing. The marriage between the two families was a strong alliance. Suku relied on his own ability to climb a little further. He kicked away the young supervisor and successfully caught the eye of the male master. Don't misunderstand. It was not because of his appearance that the male master was interested in, but because Suku discovered the hidden ambition under his elegant appearance. Even though the man was not a good person, he was grateful to him for recognizing his worth and saving him from a dangerous situation. With his help, Suku got rid of his lowly status and brought over his widowed aunt from Zisang County. To these people it was just a small effort, but to Suku, it was a reversal of fate and a turning point. After that, Dongqing was in chaos. The male master that Suku worked for took advantage of the situation and became one of the famous feudal lords in the chaotic world. Suku also took advantage of the situation to take revenge. He let the soldiers rush into the aristocratic family in Zisang County. Before exterminating the whole family, he let them taste the greatest humiliation before they died. The situation in the chaotic world was ever-changing. One day they might be dancing and singing, but the next day they might be beheaded and hung for humiliation. Suku, who had become a prisoner, looked at the hanging corpse of his old master. His dark eyes were calm, and he surrendered to the new master without saying a word. There were also colleagues who would rather die than surrender. They cursed Suku for forgetting his morals at the sight of profit, completely forgetting who raised him. The previous master must have been blind to trust such a traitorous ingrate like you. Suku had a rebellious streak in his brain. His straightforward action of defecting to the new master seemed to prove this point. A traitorous villain was not to be trusted. Suku said coldly, "It's useless to say more." Another 2 years later, Suku relied on his outstanding ability to gain the trust of the new master, Jiang Pingji. She entrusted him with important tasks. Suku did not let down Jiang Pingji's trust in him. He took care of everything properly. "Su Xiaoyu, I advise you." One day after the celebration banquet, Suku met Fengju, who reeked of alcohol. When they passed each other, he heard the latter muttering. "What do you mean?" Suku stopped in his tracks and looked at Fengju calmly. "If Xiaoyu has done anything wrong, please don't hesitate to enlighten me." At that moment, when the night wind blew, Fengju shivered and sobered up a little. "No, nothing." Fengju acted like he was in pain. He waved his hands and left. Suku's heart sank slightly, but he did not give up his plan because of this. In order to avenge the previous master, he had been planning for a long time. He absolutely could not give up halfway at this time. Suku admitted that Jiang Pingji was much better as a lord than the previous master, but so what? The person who saved him from the swamp was the previous master. That day, Suku promised the heavens that he would remain loyal for the rest of his life. For him, there was no right or wrong in this matter. There was only the difference between what should be done and what should not be done. Suku made use of Jiang Pingji's trust in him to tamper with the military reports and misrepresent the military situation. Not only did he secretly collude with the ambitious surrendered generals to rebel, but he also lured Jiang Pingji to lead her troops deep into the enemy's encirclement. He also took advantage of the situation to cut off Jiang Pingji's supply of military rations and any escape route. When Jiang Pingji's confidants realized that something was wrong, the best time to rescue them had long passed. Qiguanrang waved his feather fan and said calmly, "She treats you well." Suku used all the spies he had plotted for years. He did not intend to leave a way out for himself. When he was captured by Qiguanrang and his men, he was prepared to die. However, before he died there was still Jiang Pingji on the road to hell. He did not lose out. So what if she treats me well? I'd rather use these treats in exchange for my lord's life and the safety of my family. Suku said, "Besides, Tithe, if it weren't for your stupidity, your bravery and your arrogance, you wouldn't have taken so long to realize that something was wrong." After a day and a night, Liver Mortis appeared. Suku still remembered the death of his old lord. Jiang Pingji was ruthless. His old lord was hung on the city wall as a warning to the public. His family members, old and young, also fled. None of them survived. Qiguanrang said, "Why are you so stubborn? The lord you mentioned wasn't a wise lord. It doesn't matter if he died earlier or later. It's just a different time. Even if he didn't die in the hands of the Lord, he would die in the hands of others. You're smart, how could you not see through it?" But he was personally killed by Jiang Pingji. The hypothesis you mentioned doesn't exist. Suku sneered. It doesn't matter if Jiang Pingji is a wise lord or if my lord is only ambitious but not capable. What does that have to do with me? I've never cared about the lives and deaths of the people in this world. You have a noble aspiration to save the common people and end the chaotic world, but I, Suku, am just a villain through and through. I don't see justice in black and white. He was tired of the so-called law. The world was chaotic and messy. If Jiang Pingji was changed, she would just be repeating the old path of the predecessors. Would she bring justice to the people? Could she make the law treat everyone equally? Don't joke with me. From the beginning to the end, Suku only wanted this person's life to avenge the death of his old lord. There was no other nonsense to say. Qiguan Rang sighed. If that's the case, there's nothing else to say. Su Xiaoyu, have a safe journey. Consider it a token of my gratitude for working with you for the past 2 years. For the sake of these sentiments, he would let Su Ke die with dignity. Su Ke felt that something was wrong. Jiang Pingji was killed. Why are you indifferent? Qiguan Rang said, my lord has clear eyes and a clear heart. She's the best at seeing through people's hearts. How could she not see whether you're sincere or not? Su Ke's heart sank. She didn't fall for it? Qiguan Rang said, she fell for it. She did it on purpose. She just beat her at her own game. At most, she was in a sorry state. Her heart was hurt a little. Qiguan Rang believed that at some point, his lord really trusted Su Ke. She even gave him a chance. If Su Ke gave up on the plan, this matter would be over. Unfortunately, Su Ke didn't. It gave Jiang Pingji a chance to clean up the disloyal people in her camp. Cleaning up a group of people would be considered as getting rid of the weeds and keeping the gold. Su Ke sneered. There are 7,000 enemy troops in ambush. She has no chance of survival. Jin Qichuan, whom he had carefully chosen, would be her burial ground. At that moment, a low sound of armor clashing came from outside the tent. There were familiar footsteps and a familiar cold voice. Xiaoyu, I'm really disappointed. Not only did I survive, but I'm also unscathed. The tent was lifted and a person covered in blood came in. The straw sandals under her feet had sucked a lot of blood. Every footprint was stained with blood. Su Ke looked at her without saying a word. Qiguan Rang bowed and retreated to the side. With a swoosh, a long sword was unsheathed. The snow-white blade was stained with dried blood. It was directly pressed against Su Ke's throat. I've seen your choice. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Jiang Pingji's face was also covered in blood. Most of the sticky red blood had dried up, but there was still some hanging on her face, covering her expression. Only her cold and murderous eyes could be seen clearly. Su Xiaoyu, I hate betrayers the most. Those who betray me regardless of their status or achievements. In front of me only death awaits them. Not long ago, Qiguan Rang pleaded for mercy in front of Jiang Pingji, but she rejected him. Wenjing, betrayal is betrayal. When he did it, he was already a dead man. Of course, Qiguan Rang's plea was not useless. Originally, Jiang Pingji wanted Su Ke to suffer the death penalty of 1,000 cuts. Now she changed it to beheading him herself. I'll cut off the relationship between our master and her subject. Su Ke, don't let me see you in your next life. You must remember to stay away from me when you see me. Your betrayal disgusts me. How much did Jiang Pingji hate those who betrayed her? Su Ke's corpse was hung in the sun in Jin Qichuan for decades. After the establishment of the Jiang dynasty, Su Ke's friends who were on good terms with him put in a good word for him so that he could be buried in peace. However, they were reprimanded one by one. In serious cases, they were ordered to go home and reflect on themselves for 2 months. Until the second year after Emperor Chen's death, the new emperor granted amnesty. Only then could Jin Qichuan's corpse be buried. At first, it was impossible. It was the late emperor's order to expose Su Ke's corpse to the sun. Jiang Yin did not want to change her order when her mother had just passed away. However, the one who submitted the memorial was the assistant minister, Qiguan Rang. She had to treat it with caution. Su Ke deserved his fate, but I really don't want this to become one of the pieces of evidence for the people to accuse the late emperor of being ruthless. The late emperor did not care about his reputation when he was alive, but Qiguan Rang had to. Jin Qichuan's corpse had been hanging in the wind and rain for nearly 30 years. It was enough. Okay, I'll think about it. Many years later, Jiang Yin was tidying up her mother's belongings out of boredom. She found a strange small box. There was a faded memorial book in the box. Jiang Yin took a closer look and found that it was a memorial from Su Ke's best friend, asking for Su Ke's pardon. Her mother's response was only one word. Yes. Decades of resentment as the people in the story passed away one by one, became a few ink marks in the history books. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Jiuqian Xinhuang mobile version website. Chapter 1850. As the saying goes, if you get a good ID, you'll be spammed all the time. Su Ke didn't expect that his random ID would be spammed every day by idiotic netizens. Just as my 2 to 3 years with Emperor Qin was a hit, Su Ke's ID became a hot topic. Every day his colleagues would chat about him. Qiguan Rang whispered to him, "Brother, we're fated. Why don't we join the group?" Everyone in the group was talented. Whispered to Qiguan Rang, "I'm not going. I told you I'm not cosplaying." That's my real name. Chiguanrang whispered to him, Ugh. I feel sorry for you. But did your parents really not hate you for giving you this name? Whispered to Chiguanrang, there are thousands of people named Suku in the country. It can't be that every parent has a grudge against their child. Who knew that an unknown person in history would become the male lead of a one-unit drama? Suku was a famous person that everyone who knew about the history of the Jiang dynasty knew. In reality, there weren't many documents about him. History books only recorded his birth and death years, a brief description of his short life, and the famous hanging corpse incident. Regardless of whether it was official or unofficial history, Suku's records weren't very long. Usually, Suku was mentioned for only one reason, to criticize how vengeful and violent Emperor Qin was. That was the Suku of history. Now, Suku was just an ordinary student at Tianhua University. At most, he was the top scorer in the provincial examinations. Why did his parents give him such a name? According to the monk, it seemed that it was because his fate was relatively light. Before he entered high school, Suku didn't think there was anything wrong with his name. It wasn't until he studied the history of the Jiang dynasty in his first year of high school that Suku became famous under smiley face, angle. From his first year of high school to his second year, Suku wasn't willing to tell people his name. However, after my 2 to 3 years with Emperor Qin was broadcasted, the low-key Suku suddenly became famous. Not only in real life but also on the internet. My 2 to 3 years with Emperor Qin was a well-crafted one-unit drama. It mainly focused on the interactions between the male and female leads of each unit, and then pieced together the life of the first female emperor of the Jiang dynasty. Of course, the so-called male lead did not mean that he and the female lead had romantic feelings. In fact, this drama was excessively clean, and there was not a single hint of ambiguity between a man and a woman. The so-called male protagonist of a unit was merely the male character who had the most scenes in the corresponding unit. Up until now, the show had already had 2 male leads, and it was currently serialized in the Suchi chapter. As one of the most popular dramas in the summer, the royal family had recommended it, and it immediately exploded on the internet. Unfortunately, Suku had become the fish in the moat. He looked at the wave after wave of family recognition and sympathy on the private chat interface. There were even people who maliciously asked him about his experience of being left to dry for 30 years. He was still a 23-year-old young man. How could he have been left to dry for 30 years? He clicked on the top right corner of the mouse and closed the game. I really don't understand. What right does a nobody with less than 100 words in history have to be the male lead of a popular national drama? Suku sat on the upper bunk and angrily unlocked his phone. He logged into the membership app and scrolled to the latest episode of My 2 to 3 Years with Emperor Qin. He said to his roommate, I heard that the royal family released a batch of historical documents. What does it have to do with Suku? What does it have to do with me? His roommate said, I don't know about that. I heard it from old Nye. The old Nye his roommate mentioned was called Nye Guangshan. He was also an unlucky person who had clashed with a famous historical figure. But Nye Guangshan was much better than Suku. At the very least, he had clashed with a genius from Zhongzhou, while Suku had clashed with an unlucky person who had been left to dry for 30 years. Suku said, could it be that the historical documents released by the royal family have a lot of records of Suku? His roommate replied without looking up, I heard so. I heard that the scriptwriter of My 2 to 3 Years with Emperor Qin used many connections to move the royal family in order to have enough material to recreate historical figures. Isn't the official Weibo of the royal family the Xinjiang faction? Before the broadcast he arrogantly said that he didn't want to watch it, but after the broadcast he kept saying that it smelled good in Weibo 3 meals a day? Suku's third appearance must have some unknown secrets. The official history of the Jiang dynasty had only appeared in about 100 words, but he was qualified to have a place in a drama. There was a lot going on behind the scenes. Suku calmed down upon hearing this and tapped on the first episode of Suchi chapter. By the time he saw the latest episode, the sky outside had already darkened. His roommate finally finished playing the game. Without looking up, he said, Old Su, remember to bring me some takeout when you come back. Suku held his phone and didn't move. His roommate said again, the dormitory is so dark. Old Su, please light the lights before you leave. Suku still didn't move. Old Su, you're leaving? His roommate looked up and realized that Suku didn't look too good. Old Su? Are you okay? The sky was dark, but it hadn't completely sunk yet. His roommate could see the dense sweat on Suku's forehead. Suku then came back to his senses and was shocked to find that his forehead was covered in sweat. Meh. I'm fine. I'm just a little obsessed with the drama. His roommate said, "You're watching my 2 to 3 years with Emperor Qin? I heard from the netizens that Su Qi chapter is quite cruel. Watching it once is like being stabbed by a knife." I remember that before the broadcast, there was an editor wearing a sock jacket who said that every episode was cruel. I didn't dare to watch it at first. Suku said casually, "History isn't perfect to begin with. How can you expect the officials to give out sweets?" Although Su Qi chapter was only 2/3 of the way through, according to the historical context, the plot would become more and more cruel. His roommate said, "I don't expect the officials to give out sweets. I just hope that it doesn't rain knives. The last unit tortured me so much that my heart and lungs were hurting." It wasn't easy to get sweets these days. Even though he knew that there was poison in the sugar, there was sh*T in the poison, and there were knives in the sh*T, he still had to carefully lick the sugar coating clean. Even if it was a rain of knives, he still had to lick out the taste of the sugar. Suka didn't say anything. Was it so cruel that it made his heart hurt? Suka didn't feel that it was cruel. Instead, he felt that something was stuck in his heart and throat, making him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Looking at the entanglement of the male and female protagonists on the screen, it was as if he had been pulled into it and experienced it himself. His roommate climbed out of bed and turned on the lights. Seeing Suku's pale face, he quickly asked Suku if he wanted to go to the hospital. "I'm fine. I just feel a little uncomfortable." "Old Su, how can you call that fine?" Suku was dragged to the hospital by his roommate for a checkup. The results showed that everything was fine. On the way back to the dormitory, Suku said, "I told you that I'm in good health. I just had a full body checkup a few days ago." His roommate said, "You can't blame me. If not for your pale face, I would have been shocked." When they returned to the dormitory, another roommate, Nye Guangshan, was browsing Weibo on his phone. "What's wrong with old Su?" Nye Guangshan looked concerned. Suka shook his head and didn't say anything. His roommate said, "Old Su suddenly looked very pale. I accompanied him to the hospital for a checkup." "What did the checkup find?" His roommate said, "Nothing. He's strong and lively." "He's probably too engrossed in watching a television series." Nye Guangshan seemed to have known about it. 2 years between me and Empress Qin? Suku felt a little embarrassed. He was so engrossed in watching a television series that he really thought he was a character in the series. Nye Guangshan looked at Suku from head to toe and sighed. "It's your birthday in a few days. You have a 3-day holiday. Do you want to go out and relax?" His birthday was the birthday of the current empress, and the whole nation had a 3-day holiday. This custom had been carried on since the early years of the Jiang dynasty. A group of netizens joked that it was one of the greatest contributions of the Jiang dynasty. Suku asked, "Where are we going?" Nye Guangshan said, "Suku's tomb in Jinqichuan." His roommate almost choked on his saliva. "Old Nye, are you crazy? Colliding with a historical figure was bad enough. Nye Guangshan, this old fox, was still encouraging Suku to visit the ruins of the human cemetery? See what? See how that place exposed a corpse to the sun for 30 years? Nye Guangshan rolled his eyes and said, "Just tell me, are you going or not?" Suka said, "Yes." His roommate shook his head helplessly. "Both of you are crazy. What's there to see in a cemetery?" Nye Guangshan said, "I received some vague information from my mentor. The imperial family seems to have donated a cultural relic to the Suku Memorial Hall." His roommate was shocked. The imperial family will take the initiative to donate a cultural relic? Did the sun rise from the west? Anyone with a bit of historical knowledge would know that the Jiang dynasty's imperial family was one of the weirder ones in history. The imperial family advocated frugality and had simple funerals. Before Emperor Qin died, he told young Emperor Jiang Yan that no living person, jade, gold, silver, copper, or iron should be buried with him. This became a custom passed down through the generations of the Jiang dynasty's emperors. Every generation's imperial mausoleum was as clean as if it had been raided by thieves. According to historical records, the most extravagant emperor was Jiang Renzong. He had 2 more gold medallions than his ancestors. These 2 gold medallions were obtained after Jiang Renzong fought hard with the imperial family and the ministers. Undersure smiley face, angle. Undersure even the burial was so simple, let alone the daily savings. The only thing that could be considered rich was probably the various historical records or the calligraphy and collections of the previous emperors. However, these things were the private property of the imperial family. If they were not willing to take them out, the outside world could not force them. For so many years, they had never heard of the imperial family taking anything from the outside, let alone donating cultural relics. Just for this reason alone they had to go and take a look. Due to the broadcast of the popular national drama, My 2 Years with Emperor Qin, the search for the famous historical figure Su Ku had skyrocketed. Even his memorial was flooded with visitors. People came not only to join in the fun, but also to see the cultural relics donated by the imperial family. The memorial was not big and there were not many things on display. The only pictures and photos were still from the hit shows. His roommate said in boredom, "There's nothing to see." Nie Guangshan did not speak. He only looked at Su Ku with a slightly gloomy gaze. After Su Ku arrived at the memorial, he did not look right. His face was so pale that it looked like it had been rubbed with a layer of white ash. He looked as dead as a corpse. They had arrived early, so there were not many visitors in the memorial. Su Ku stood in front of the glass in the center of the memorial hall. His eyes seemed to be caught by something. He stared at the faded memorial that had been there for ages. Even though it had been through hundreds of years, the memorial was still well preserved. The ink on it was clearly visible. Jiang Chao's handwriting was quite different from modern characters. His roommate could only make out a few lines. What is written on it? Something about 70 years old, remaining life, last wishes. His roommate murmured. Some words could be guessed correctly but some could only be skipped. This is a memorial to plead for Su Ku. Nie Guangshan smiled and read the second half of the memorial that his roommate could not understand. I am 65 years old, deaf and blind. Now that I am about to retire, I should be grateful for the Emperor's kindness, but I still have a regret for the rest of my life. Today I beg your majesty to pardon the sinful Su Ku and bury his body. His spirit in heaven will be grateful for your majesty's benevolence. I will weep. Those who have studied history know that those who pleaded for Su Ku's life were all punished. Su Ku's body was only buried after the new emperor ascended to the throne. Emperor Qin had never forgiven Su Ku when he was alive and hated him to the core. It was written in history books, but take a closer look at the emperor's reply to the memorial. His roommate was about to take a closer look when he realized that Su Ku could not help but put his hand on the glass, as if he was reaching for the memorial. But she actually wrote, Qin. His roommate was baffled by his words. Old Su, is he bewitched? Nie Guangshan shrugged. Who knows if he's bewitched, but I'm sure it's not a bad thing. His roommate was stunned. Not a bad thing? Old Su's eyes turned red and tears fell. He cried just like that. Was there a faucet in the tear ducts of a man? She actually wrote, Qin. Su Ku was still in a daze when he walked out of the memorial hall. Nie Guangshan sent his roommate to buy food. He patted Su Ku's shoulder and sighed. It's time to let go of all the grudges. As time went by, the once heroic figure had become a few words in history books. I thought she would never forgive me. Su Ku's gaze was different from usual. His eyes were full of old age and tiredness but also relief. That memorial was more like a redemption for him, allowing him to completely free himself from this grudge. The Jiang dynasty had been in turmoil for 300 years. That person had proved to him how narrow-minded and bigoted he was back then. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Xinhuang mobile version website. Chapter 1851. Xiaoyu, have you encountered any difficulties recently? After the court session ended, Jiang Pingji discussed trivial matters with the ministers. When everyone dispersed, she asked Su Ku to stay for a private conversation. Su Ku looked puzzled. I have nothing important recently. Your Majesty suddenly asked about this. I'm confused. Jiang Pingji pointed at the few memorials piled on the desk and said to Su Ku with a heavy expression, These memorials are all against you. At a rough glance there were at least a dozen books. Su Ku was a low-key official. Although he was one of the most important officials, he rarely caused trouble. The imperial censor couldn't find anything to use against him even if they wanted to, unlike Feng Zhen, who had an average of more than 20 books every month for the past year. If it wasn't for problems with his speech, then it was for his behavior. If it wasn't for the fact that he had too many problems with government affairs, Feng Zhen was covered in lice. Su Ku had always been the imperial censor's forbidden area. They wouldn't be able to pick out any mistakes even if they stayed there for half a year. The contents of the memorials were very uniform. They were roughly divided into two types. One type said that Su Ku didn't go home after work and wandered around. This was not the role model a good official should have. One said that Suku had a mistress outside even though he hadn't taken a concubine, which seriously damaged the positive image of the court in the new era. As the saying goes, cultivate one's moral character, govern one's family, govern one's country, and bring peace to the world. They felt that Suku should be punished for having a mistress outside when he didn't even figure out his own affairs. Jiang Pingji was dumbfounded. She didn't know if it was because the political situation was too stable or because everyone had nothing better to do, but the imperial censors were gossiping like paparazzi. Although it was their duty, Jiang Pingji felt helpless every time she saw trivial gossip piled up on her desk. She gave the imperial censors a lot of power to speak and allowed them to participate in memorials to the emperor and the people. This was so that they could be the supervisory body of the court and constantly remind the emperor and the officials to pay attention to their words and morals. But as time went by, the style seemed to have changed. Of course, this wasn't the point. The imperial censors' enthusiasm couldn't be dampened. Jiang Pingji could only swallow 10,000 curses in her heart. The most important thing was that the person who was implicated was Suku. Considering the years of trust between the emperor and the minister, Jiang Pingji didn't publish it for the time being. She planned to find the person involved to understand the situation. Not only was Suku an important minister, but he was also an old minister. He had to maintain his dignity, and Jiang Pingji could not disregard his dignity just because of a trivial matter. That was why the scene above happened. Suku looked at the pile of memorials and realized the severity of the situation. Jiang Pingji said, "The imperial censor wouldn't make things up, but I didn't completely believe it. There must be a reason for this, so I came to ask you about it." Suku sighed. "This is my fault. I didn't handle my family affairs well and let them taint your majesty's ears." Jiang Pingji raised her eyebrows. Her eyes were filled with unfriendliness. "Did you really have an affair like what the memorial said? Did you come here to make trouble?" Wait a minute, it was as if they were not talking about the same thing. Suku asked, "What mistress? What did these imperial censors report to him?" Jiang Pingji briefly explained it, and Suku was almost frightened by the imperial censor's logic. "Xiaoyu, although Xuanmei is no longer young, she is still your wife who has accompanied you for many years. She takes care of your aunt, takes care of your children, and takes care of everything in the mansion so that you don't have to worry about anything. She has given birth to your children. She didn't complain when you were away for so many years. Even if she doesn't have any merits, she has worked hard. If you really had an affair behind her back, wouldn't that make her lose face?" Jiang Pingji seriously criticized and educated Suku. In the early days of the Jiang dynasty, the marriage laws were also further divided and adjusted. Men could have concubines as long as they met the requirements. Their ancestors had a powerful background, or they themselves were powerful, or their wives were infertile. Men could have a concubine when they were over 30 years old, but the requirements were still relatively stringent. Suku had the right to have a concubine, but he didn't bring her home. Instead, he hid it, and in the end, the mistress came to make trouble. This hurt Xuanmei twice. If word got out, not only would people say that Suku was unscrupulous, but they would also say that Xuanmei was not good at all and that her usual attitude was fake. If it was light, people would gossip about her, and if it was heavy, her reputation would be ruined. Suku was not a muddle-headed person, but why did he make such a mistake on this matter? "Your Majesty, this matter? I'm also wronged. There is no mistress or mistress, there is nothing." There was a rather strange phenomenon. It was hard to say for the officials outside, but the officials in the capital were more restrained and didn't have many concubines in their backyards. In the previous dynasty, it was common for an official to have 3 or 4 concubines, and there might be 6 or 7 who had no status to warm their feet. But now, firstly, the emperor was a female. Secondly, the marriage laws were more mature and detailed about concubines, so there were fewer loopholes to exploit. Most of the concubines in the backyards of the officials in the capital were there before the founding of the country. After the founding of the country, the number of concubines declined sharply. 4 senior and important officials like Suku, who had qualifications and lived in the heart of the emperor, most of them only had one wife in their backyards. Of course, there was no lack of those who got rid of their old wives when they were in power. As a result, the old wife went to the imperial censor and the ex-husband was fired. When Han Yu, the crazy man, revised the marriage laws, he emphasized one rule: those who were first lowly and then noble were not allowed to marry. What did that mean? It meant that if a man was a poor man before he married his wife, he was not allowed to divorce his wife after he became rich, unless his wife committed a serious crime. Of course, when he revised the marriage laws for the 3rd time, Han Yu added a few more words. Those who were first lowly and then noble were not allowed to marry. The reason for the revision was that there were scumbags among the female officials, and their husbands were too weak. Han Yu thought that the husband and wife should unite on this kind of issue. It was everyone's responsibility to protect the weak. Anyway, according to the newly revised marriage laws, Suku's behavior was against the law. Not only would he be fined, but he would also be demoted and forced to reflect on his mistakes. Jiang Pingji didn't fully believe what he said. Private friendship was private friendship. As a friend, Jiang Pingji naturally believed Suku. But as an emperor, she treated her officials fairly and would not be partial to Suku or the imperial censor. Go ahead. Suku started to talk and poured out his grievances. Did those meddlesome imperial censors think that he was willing to get off work and not go home? He was forced to not go home. It was said that the mistress in the mansion was not a mistress, and the mistress was not a mistress. Then who is she? Suku said, she is the daughter of my aunt's widowed sister's eldest daughter. In terms of seniority, she is my distant niece. Jiang Pingji said, a cousin is a 3,000-mile relationship. Suku felt a little wronged after hearing her complaints. It was stressful for an official to have such a vexing emperor. How did your distant niece become your mistress? Suku sighed. The old lady in the mansion is old and likes to stay with the younger generation. She is soft-hearted and kind. She couldn't help but help when she saw this relative was living a miserable life. The old lady is kind-hearted, but I didn't expect her to be so ambitious. I guess she was blinded by the prosperity of the capital and had thoughts that she shouldn't have. Anyway, I can't drive her away for fear that she will make a fuss in front of the old lady. The old lady has been spoiled for so many years that she doesn't care about other people's business. I don't want to put her in a difficult position. So, I have to move out for a few days. Suku's mother passed away when he was young. The only female elder who was close to him was his aunt. His aunt was also unfortunate. She lost her husband when she was young and had no children. She devoted her motherly love to Suku and treated him like her own child. His aunt was the old lady with the highest status in the mansion. Suku had always treated her like a filial son. After so many years, even if they weren't mother and son, they were more like mother and son. The old lady was old and didn't know how many more days she could enjoy in her later years. Seeing that the old lady had a poor relative, she wanted to help them. Suku naturally agreed and discussed with Xuanmei to bring them over. Speaking of which, his aunt's niece also had a hard life. She lost her husband when she was young and struggled to survive with her daughter alone. Her daughter also had a hard life. She married a gangster and her husband was beaten to death by debt collectors. His aunt's niece was very insecure about everything she had. She always felt that her current wealth and glory were all because of Suku's aunt. Once the old lady passed away, she, her daughter, and her young granddaughter would definitely be driven away. Thus she had a crooked idea. She heard that the mistress of the mansion, Xuanmei, was a maidservant and looked down on her. Even a maidservant could become the wife of the current Minister of Revenue. It shouldn't be a problem for his daughter to be a concubine, right? After Suku got off work, he often saw his niece, who was extremely beautiful, casting flirtatious glances at him, both overtly and covertly. As a smart person, Suku understood. She wanted to seduce him. I'll hide outside for 2 days. Ask the old lady what's going on. If she still doesn't understand, send her out. This was what Suku discussed with his wife. Xuanmei said, you're not accepting them? Suku said, why should I accept them? It's not as simple as adding a pair of chopsticks to the house. The more people there are, the more trouble there will be. I'm already worried about the mother and daughter. If I accept them, won't the mansion be peaceful? If my children find out, how can I, as an old father, feel? For an ordinary man, taking in a concubine was like raising a pet and adding a pair of chopsticks. However, it wasn't that simple to carry it out. For example, one of the assistant ministers of the Ministry of Personnel had a falling out with his wife. In a fit of anger, the wife said that she only cared about the food, drinks, housing and transportation of the family, and didn't care about the concubines or foot warmers. She said that the husband should take care of the concubines or foot warmers. It was because the assistant minister didn't understand women and his wife's son was wrong that she exploded. The unlucky man was angered by his wife's words and said that his wife didn't need to care about the concubines or foot warmers. Then the matter was exposed by the imperial censor. The officials of the court also witnessed the miserable days of the assistant minister working during the day and taking care of the concubines' food, clothing, housing, and transportation at night. It was also this wife who started it. The other wives followed suit after seeing the effect. It was their duty to take care of their parents-in-law, raise their children, and take care of the household. However, the concubines were the husband's assets and were considered extra work. The wife took care of the concubines and the concubines' children. Even if it wasn't meritorious, it was hard work. The wife should be given an extra salary. If she couldn't afford it, she would take care of it herself. However, this evil trend was recognized and supported by the emperor. The officials of the court were speechless. They cursed the assistant minister 10,000 times in their hearts. Suku didn't have the intention to take in a concubine. He looked down on the daughter of his aunt's younger sister. If it wasn't for the old lady, Suku would have chased them away. He didn't expect the imperial censor to expose him while he was hiding. This matter was more serious. Jiang Pingji rested her chin on her hand and said, "If this is true, the imperial censor will have to rectify it." The imperial censor wasn't a paparazzi. The content of the report should be detailed and true. He shouldn't make up gossip, distort the truth, and increase her workload. As for Suku, it was better to let him go back and deal with the mess at home. It wasn't good to have such a scandal at his age. Suku could only go home with a bitter face. After a few days, the house was quiet. Of course, it wasn't Suku who settled it, nor was it Sun Mei. It was the old lady who took the initiative to let the relatives leave. She gave them money and sent them away. The old lady said, "I thought it would be good to take care of the relatives. It would be fun to be a family, but I can't let it affect your business." Suku was speechless. Sun Mei asked, "How did you know about this?" "I heard it when I went out to play cards with a few old sisters. You and your wife are the same. This matter concerns Jin Er's future. Why hide it from me? I'm old and I'm sensitive, but I can tell right from wrong. I'm embarrassed by my old sister's words." The old lady felt wronged. Sun Mei and Suku could only lower their heads and admit their mistakes. The storm passed just like that. Suku was ordered to write a memorial to reflect on himself. The imperial censor who submitted the memorial was also pulled away by the emperor to criticize and educate him. At this time, Feng Yi, who had traveled around for many years and made many achievements, returned to the capital. Feng Zhen happily went to the emperor to find out what was going on. By relying on her outstanding achievements in the impoverished counties that she had been sent out for nearly 10 years, Feng Yi was able to obtain a high official position in the capital. In the end, censor. Censor? Why did he become an imperial censor? Jiang Pingji said, "He admonishes the emperor and supervises the officials." What's wrong with being an imperial censor? The imperial censors of the Jiang dynasty could not only stay in the capital to keep an eye on the officials, but they could also be sent out to supervise various places. Feng Zhen was speechless. As someone who was dissed by the imperial censor every day, wasn't it troublesome for the eldest son of the legal wife to become an imperial censor? If his son did not do well, he would lose face. If his son climbed to the top of the imperial censor, he would be even more annoyed. It was troublesome no matter what. Why can't my eldest son get over it? Jiang Pingji pouted. Look at the province that Feng Yi is in charge of inspecting. Feng Zhen felt even more annoyed. That was the place where his daughter-in-law was appointed? Or perhaps Feng Yi, this unfilial son, ran to become an imperial censor just to form a couple with his wife? He cared about his wife and ignored his father. If outsiders knew that Feng Zhen's eldest son became an imperial censor, how could he mingle in front of the officials? I definitely don't agree to this. I definitely don't agree. Feng Zhen pulled his son over to give him a serious lecture as soon as he returned home. Feng Yi did not move and secretly gave his younger brother, Feng Yu, a look. Feng Yu understood and took advantage of his father's rage to sneak out to get help. The moment his mother made a move, it was clear whether she was real or not. This time it was Feng Zhen's turn to be lectured. What's wrong with being an imperial censor? Is it a disgrace to the Feng family? Although the rank of an imperial censor was not high, not everyone could become one. The requirements were stricter than ordinary officials. Not only did one have to forget personal interests and country, but one also had to be upright, straightforward, and daring to speak his mind. They had to be knowledgeable, be familiar with government affairs, and be knowledgeable about the past and present. Feng Yi was able to become an imperial censor at such a young age, so he had a solid foundation. His only regret was that he offended too many people. If Feng Yi could become an imperial censor, it would mean that the emperor had high recognition of his abilities and knowledge. Feng Zhen was an old man. The older he got, the more confused he became. Feng Yi silently followed his younger brother out of the door. It was inconvenient for the son to be present when his father was being lectured by his wife. After all, his father was very prideful. Are you close to His Highness Yen? His younger brother nodded. It's a blessing to be valued by His Highness. Don't let your guard down. Feng Yi caressed her brother's head. My little brother is getting cuter and cuter. Asterisk. Feng Yi nodded and smiled innocently. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second. Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 1852. If Han Yu were to rank the most attractive officials in the court, he would definitely be in the top 5 if not the top 3. If he were to go back more than 10 years, he would probably be number 1 when he was in the prime of his youth. Even though he was in his 40s, he took good care of himself. Not only did his appearance not deteriorate, but it also became more and more mellow like a fine wine. Of course, being an official in the Jiang dynasty was different from the past. In the past, Han Yu might have been able to climb to the position of one of the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers with a smooth career. In today's world, he could only rely on his talent. As for his appearance, it was fine as long as his facial features were regular. Fortunately, Han Yu was not only good-looking, but also talented and capable. His conduct was also top-notch. Even so, Han Yu was the least popular among the officials. Most of the officials who were willing to make friends with him were his friends when they were young. Why was that? In terms of official position, Han Yu was also an important official in the emperor's heart. He was in charge of the Ministry of Penalty, one of the 6 ministries. He was in charge of the justice and prisons of the country. In the previous dynasty, the Ministry of Penalty didn't have much power. Only civilians or officials below the 7th rank had the power to punish them. The Supreme Court had the power to punish them. The middle and senior officials were also tortured by other departments, and the Ministry of Penalty couldn't be locked up. But in the Jiang dynasty, the Ministry of Penalty was a proper department with real power. Almost all the officials except for the imperial censor didn't want to provoke it. It was one of the 3 departments in charge of the final trial and review of major cases. In addition to being in charge of the Ministry of Penalty, Han Yu also had other titles. At the same time, he was also in charge of the Supreme Court. In terms of real power, Han Yu was definitely the most powerful person in the early years of the Jiang dynasty. He even dared to confront Qiguan Rang. Most importantly, the emperor was on Han Yu's side. Such a person should be flattered and flattered by everyone. They should be eager to trample on the threshold of others. Why was Han Yu so unpopular? Because his main job was not only to try criminal cases, but also to lead the drafting of national laws. Which official dared to say that he was clean? It wasn't that the officials were bad, but their families, the servants in the mansions, the relatives of the servants in the mansions. The messy distant relatives and neighbors all liked to use chicken feathers as an arrow of authority. Even if these officials wanted to restrain them, they couldn't guarantee that there would be no problems. Once something went wrong and they were caught by Han Yu, they would be punished and educated if they were lucky, or demoted to another place if they were unlucky. It was common for people to lose their lives. For example, there was once an official's brother-in-law who committed a crime. According to the old law, he should be able to escape punishment. Even if he didn't lose his limbs, at least he would be able to keep his life. In the end, Han Yu wrote a petition saying that the old law was problematic. If the old law was followed, the victims would die in vain and the common people would complain about the court. Therefore, he suggested that the case be reviewed. The old law was right in the past, but it was not perfect today. Basically, those who were retried in Han Yu's hands were doomed. The brother-in-law of an official was executed by 1,000 cuts in public. His wife's younger brother was the only male member of the Yu clan. The official's wife cried, threw a tantrum, and even wanted to hang herself. Because of this, the official was implicated by the imperial censor and was even reprimanded and demoted. Examples like this could be found everywhere. Han Yu had offended almost everyone in the imperial court. Unfortunately, the other party had His Majesty as his backer. Even the imperial censor, who was usually disrespectful to the heavens and earth, did not dare to provoke him. The other officials could only avoid him. They couldn't afford to provoke this fiend, but couldn't they just hide from it? It turned out that Han Yu would set them up even if they tried to hide from him. Just the marriage law alone, this fellow had petitioned His Majesty to amend it 3 times. Men, after all, always had a bit of a bad habit. For example, there were 3 big happy events in the folk jokes. Promotion, wealth, and death of wife smiley-faced, angle, promotion and wealth were needless to say. Death of wife was a justifiable reason to get rid of his wife and replace her with a young, beautiful, well-educated woman who was worthy of him. Even if his old wife could not die, He still wanted to get 3 or 4 concubines and 6 or 7 to warm his feet. He wanted to experience the comfort and novelty of being a groom every night. As a result, Han Yu had collected thousands of marriage case files and obtained the marriage laws of the previous dynasties. He had revised the marriage laws 3 times according to the current situation of the Jiang dynasty. He clearly marked the places that were more vague and could be exploited, and subdivided the various regulations. Just the rule that those who are first lowly and then noble are not allowed to go, was enough to stop many big pig trotters from thinking of changing to a younger wife. How many legal wives did he support? Not only could they not change their wives at will, but they also couldn't take concubines at will. Taking concubines, no matter if they were cheap concubines, good concubines, noble concubines, or unnamed legal wives, either their ancestors or themselves had to be awesome. If they couldn't meet these 2 requirements, they could only take a concubine when they were over 30 years old and their legal wife had no children. In the early years of the Jiang dynasty, surgical skills had developed quite well. There were also certain treatments for diseases such as smallpox, and the neonatal mortality rate was the lowest in history every year. As for these marriage laws, the ministers had no solid reason to oppose them. Of course, there were policies and countermeasures. There were still some men who wanted to touch young and beautiful girls, and they could only turn a blind eye to them. But if there were irrefutable evidence such as sons and daughters of concubines, things would be different. To sum up, Han Yu was indeed the most unlikable minister with enemies everywhere. In sharp contrast to Han Yu's bad relationship with others, his wife, Madame Tao, was invincible in diplomacy. She was the leader in the circle of noble ladies in the capital. Han Yu was so busy that he couldn't go home for a few times a year, so it was inevitable that he neglected the family. His wife, Madame Tao, had some conflicts with him, but she was good at taking care of the family, so Han Yu was naturally at ease. After a few years, Han Yu's busy work came to an end. He was asked to stay in the hall by the emperor for a private talk. Let's not talk about official affairs today. Let's talk about the private affairs of the family. The emperor looked serious. Han Yu was confused. After all, a private talk in the hall was usually a benefit for officials who made mistakes. Please go ahead, Your Majesty. Jiang Pingji said, Yan is getting old. I'm going to find a study partner for her. Young friends can be her right-hand man in the future. I'm sure you're aware of this. I intend to let Wenbin's youngest son, Han Qi, study with Yan. But how do you teach your son? She said the first sentence with a kind face, but the last sentence was full of anger. Han Yu's heart skipped a beat. Today I'm not talking to you as an emperor but as a mother. Han Yu had been with Jiang Pingji for many years. He knew her temperament very well. As long as she didn't show any killing intent, it meant that the situation was serious, but it hadn't escalated to the level of political affairs. Since she said it was a private affair, it should be a private affair. Han Yu didn't know what happened, but he knew that he should apologize first. Jiang Pingji felt helpless and angry. She promoted Han Yu's youngest son, Han Qi, for Han Yu's sake. But this guy secretly humiliated Yan and Yan heard it from the other side of the wall. She had never seen such a stupid person. He didn't even know how to be careful with his words in the palace. Hadn't he heard that walls have ears? When her daughter crossed out Han Qi's name, Jiang Pingji specifically asked. After all, promoting Han Qi was to show respect to his father, Han Yu. Jiang Yan sneered. My background is not worthy of his nobility. Jiang Pingji was furious when she heard that. She sent someone to investigate and found out that Han Qi was very serious when he entered the palace for the examination. But after the examination he laughed privately with his peers and belittled Jiang Yan in a disdainful tone. Jiang Yan happened to come over to check on her future study partner. She heard the whole thing from the other side of the wall. Jiang Yan had excellent self-restraint. Although she was young, she didn't show her emotions. She removed Han Qi from the list without any nonsense. Jiang Pingji would promote Han Qi for Han Yu's sake because the two of them had been rulers and ministers for many years. It was reasonable for her to take care of him. However, Jiang Yan was the only heir to the throne. Why would she give Han Qi face? Who was Han Qi anyway? Therefore Jiang Pingji prepared for 2 days. She waited for Han Yu to finish his work before she asked him to stay in the hall for a private talk. How did she teach her son? Han Yu listened to Jiang Pingji and his face turned pale. He directly knelt down and pretended to ask for forgiveness. He said that he would discipline his youngest son well when he returned and then bring him to Jiang Yan to ask for forgiveness. If Han Qi really went too far, Han Yu would break his legs. Not long ago, Bai Yuexia broke her son Shi Yu's legs with a rod and she divorced her husband. Outsiders didn't know the reason, but Hanyu knew something. Wuxia dragged her son out of the Golden Scale Academy and broke his legs. It was His Majesty's order. It was most likely that Shiryu had done something wrong that made His Majesty furious. At that time Hanyu felt that Wuxia did not teach her son well. Now it was his turn. Understood smiley face, angle, understood what kind of sin did he commit? Jiang Pingji said, Han Chi's matter is still a small matter. Hanyu's face showed bitterness. That bastard disrespected the crown prince and humiliated the crown prince and the emperor. That was still a small matter? Hanyu was anxious. He didn't know what was a big matter. Jiang Pingji said, go back and inform your Yu family. Let them know that I know what they did in private. It should be said that Jiang Pingji had known it for a long time. Hanyu and Madame Tao of the Yu family had resumed their old business of selling illegal salt. Madame Tao quickly amassed wealth through the illegal salt business and occupied the people's land. After Jiang Pingji recruited Hanyu, she beat Madame Tao up. She cut off Madame Tao's illegal salt business and took away the people's land that they illegally occupied. Everything had been peaceful for many years. At first, Madame Tao was trembling with fear. She was afraid of Jiang Pingji's force and didn't dare to do anything. However, as Hanyu gained more power in the court, he could still be favored by the emperor by dissing the officials. Madame Tao began to get restless and began to resume her old business. Hanyu's face was so pale that ink could drip from it. Do you know when it started, Your Majesty? Jiang Pingji said, it has been a while, but I kept it a secret. Madame Tao is a clown, but I can't implicate you. Hanyu was hated by hundreds of officials, but he was still alive and kicking because Jiang Pingji had been helping him behind his back. She even cleaned up other officials' dirty tricks when necessary. But Madame Tao was Hanyu's mother, so Jiang Pingji didn't have to be so polite. She took the initiative to reveal it to Hanyu. If Madame Tao made too much trouble, Jiang Pingji had to get rid of the tumor, even if it would slightly implicate Hanyu. Hanyu was her baby. Who was Madame Tao? I am ashamed. Jiang Pingji said, let's not talk about it. You can leave now. It was destined to be a chaotic day. When Hanyu got home, he immediately punished Han Chi, who was usually spoiled, was beaten until he screamed in pain. Madame Tao didn't care about her manners as a noble lady. She almost ran to stop Hanyu. Han Wenbin, why did you beat my son? Hanyu said, he slandered the crown prince's background as a bandit and said he was a lowly person. Did he say that? Han Chi's face changed. A guilty look flashed across his chubby and cute face. Han Run, the eldest son, said, isn't it known to the whole world? As soon as he said that, his father, who had always been kind to him, slapped him for the first time. His face was tilted to one side. Is it because of you? Hanyu asked someone to catch Madame Tao. What a coincidence. Both of you are punished by the family discipline. It's time to teach them a lesson. Han Run retorted angrily, teach what? I haven't been home for years. What can you teach me? Hanyu felt like he was struck by lightning. You are two unfilial sons. When did he not teach them? When Hanyu was at home, the two sons were the ones he cared about the most. Han Run was forced to kneel down, but he still didn't give in. He said angrily and resentfully, unfilial sons? That's a good scolding. Do you know how much my brother and I have been implicated by you in the academy all these years? You have a good reputation outside. You have offended countless officials and we have been bullied again and again in the academy. You don't even know this. Now you are disciplining me and my brother for not knowing our duty. Of course, Han Run was resentful. How much had he and his brother suffered in the Golden Scale Academy? His father was fearless in dissing the officials, but they were ridiculed by the children of the officials. Han Run was resentful. He also hated Jiang Pingji for entrusting his father with such an important task, but she had attracted so much hatred, which had implicated his brother. He was even angrier when he heard that his brother was going to be chosen as the study companion of the crown prince. Wasn't it enough that he and his brother were being hated by others? Now he was punishing his brother for the sake of the crown prince. Who did he think he was? Did he think he was the emperor? Hanyu looked at his son, who looked familiar but had a strange temperament. He was so angry that he almost fainted. Who taught you these words? At this time, Mrs. Tao waved away the people who were trying to stop her. She protected her baby son who was crying with snot and tears all over his face. I taught them personally. What? Are you going to punish me in front of the servants? Hanyu was so angry that he almost fainted. He couldn't even stand steadily. He was too tired from work and experienced such an exciting scene when he came home. He was already an Iron Man who didn't collapse. I will deal with you later. That day the Han's mansion was in a mess. The imperial censor who heard the news did not go there. What? The emperor was watching. Carrot, Hanyu interrupted Mrs. Tao's illicit salt business as soon as she tasted the sweetness. He had thought that this matter would end like this, but a year and a half later, something unexpected happened. Mrs. Tao colluded with the gentry to rebel. After investigation, it was found that Hanyu's wife, Mrs. Tao, was involved and played a very important role. She made great contributions to the rebellion. Not only that, Hanyu's eldest son Han Run and his second son Han Chi were also involved. Their crimes were unforgivable. Because of this, Hanyu's house was confiscated. The leader of the confiscation was Fu Wang. He used to be Hanyu's enemy and they still didn't get along. If Hanyu was the leader of the civil officials, then Fu Wang was the leader of the generals and he was the absolute leader. The two had been enemies for many years and now it was finally over. The emperor has protected you for so many years, but you still made such a mistake. I really don't know what to say. Fu Wang led the team in person. Of course, he was ordered by Jiang Pingji not to be rude to the people of Han's mansion, especially Hanyu. Of course, Fu Wang couldn't be presumptuous with this order. But it was still okay to say a few words to get back at Hanyu. Hanyu, who was dressed in plain clothes, sneered indifferently. Hanyu has been loyal to the emperor all his life. How can he be compared to your good reputation as a minister of several families? You and I know very well whether there is a rebellion or not. Fu Wang was so angry that his face turned black. Damn it, Hanyu is such a bastard. That night, Jiang Pingji met Hanyu in person. Han Run and Han Chi will be sent to the frontier and will never be able to return home. The Tao family will be executed. Hanyu asked, "What about me?" "I never break my promise," Jiang Pingji said. "I will never change my promise to you." Hanyu shook his head. "Your Majesty, this is favoritism. If you are like this, what is the purpose of justice?" Jiang Pingji said, "But you are not involved in the rebellion. You don't deserve to die." Hanyu smiled and bowed to her. "The most fortunate thing in my life is to meet your Majesty and gain your Majesty's trust." Jiang Pingji stood still and looked at Hanyu for a long time. "Wenbin," Hanyu said, "it is my fault that I failed to teach my children and restrain my relatives. I can't defend myself." He knew that Jiang Pingji wanted to protect him. But he also knew that she couldn't. Someone was trying to overthrow the country. Madame Tao and Hanyu's three closest people were involved. It was impossible for him to be innocent in the eyes of the outside world. If Hanyu was innocent, not only would the laws of the Jiang dynasty be ridiculed, but the emperor would also be criticized by the later generations. Apart from that, there were many people in the court who wanted him dead. The emperor could suppress those voices, but it was not good for the court in the long run. It was not a wise emperor's choice to lose the overall situation for one person. He wanted justice, but the person who should be the most impartial was favoritism. If the emperor really did that, he would be trampling on the path that Hanyu had been pursuing for half his life. Hanyu said, "It's getting late. Your Majesty has a court meeting tomorrow. Go back to the palace first. I have nothing to do here." Jiang Pingji looked at his face deeply. "Wenbin," Hanyu smiled. "I know what I am doing. Your Majesty, don't worry." Jiang Pingji went back to the palace. Hanyu looked at the empty mansion. He washed his face, combed his hair and put on the grandest clothes. Looking at the old man in the mirror, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. His life was full of ups and downs. When he was young he had a good life. Who would have thought that he would be involved in a disaster? His family was confiscated, and Hanyu fell from heaven to hell overnight. It was like a reincarnation that couldn't be broken. Decades later, the family that he had painstakingly maintained also ended up being confiscated and exterminated. It was like a joke. He couldn't tell if he should hate himself or others. He ground the ink for himself and wrote a long letter of confession with a brush. Hanyu knew very well that his reputation would be ruined if the confession was made public. He would be nailed to the pillar of shame and be reviled by the later generations. But it didn't matter. "When I am dead, I don't care about the flood behind me," Hanyu laughed at himself. He took out a hidden gold ingot from his sleeve and swallowed it. When the sky was bright, his body was already cold when the servants found him. Another 10 years later, the new emperor ascended to the throne. He followed his mother's last wish and overturned the case for Hanyu. Chapter 1853. Han Chi. My Han Eunyoung, why are you throwing a tantrum again? It took the eldest son of the Chiguan family a long time to find Han Chi hiding in the rockery in the garden of the academy. The teenager hid in the rockery and wiped his tears. His cute baby face was covered with tear stains and his eyes were as red as a rabbit's. Who are you calling Han Eunyoung? If you call me that again, I'll complain to Uncle Chiguan. Han Chi roared back angrily when he heard the rude address. The next second he burped and ruined the little momentum. Okay, I was wrong. I won't call you Han Eunyoung anymore. Han Chi's eyes widened, but he forgot why he was crying just now after being interrupted by his friend. Speaking of Han Chi, he was also a bully in class. It wasn't that he was rude and unreasonable. On the contrary, his personality was very soft, and his looks belonged to the type that could be easily bullied. This caused his older brother, Han Run, and his siblings to be worried. When they sent Han Chi to school, they threatened the entire class. 3 graduates of the Golden Scale Academy supported Han Chi, who in the class dared to provoke him. Not to mention bullying him in public, they had to think twice even if they wanted to run against him in secret. Han Run was still worried. He used his connections and asked the second generation he knew to take care of Han Chi at the same time. He told Han Chi, no matter who in the class says that you scold you or bully you, you can go home and complain. I'm sure you'll beat them up so badly that their own mothers won't recognize them and let our father bully their parents. He had a father that he couldn't afford to offend, 3 siblings that he couldn't afford to offend, and his second-generation friends that protected him. Almost no one dared to do anything to Han Chi. There were occasional conflicts, but Han Chi didn't suffer much. His life of studying in the Golden Scale Academy was quite relaxing. However, this relaxed atmosphere was soon broken. Han Chi saw his biological mother, Madame Tao, whom he hadn't seen for a few years. Madame Tao remarried a few years after she divorced Han Yu. She was now the second wife of someone else, managing the household and taking care of the legitimate children of her husband's ex-wife as well as her husband's illegitimate children. After a few years, she had aged and haggard. In order to consolidate her position in the backyard, she gave birth to another child in her early 40s, but the current husband obviously favored the legitimate children of his ex-wife. Madame Tao had no choice but to set her sights on her ex-husband's 2 sons. Han Run had been sent out to gain experience. The older he got, the more he had his own ideas. He was not close to his birth mother at all. Han Chi was different. He had a soft temperament, and this was the time when he longed for the care and concern of an elder. In this world, who else could he rely on more than his birth mother? After all, Han Chi was the flesh and blood she gave birth to after being pregnant for 10 months. Han Chi was not used to Madame Tao's kindness at first, but he did not refuse her kindness. It didn't take long for Madame Tao to reveal her true nature. She hoped that Han Chi could take care of her current husband's legitimate son. Of course, this legitimate son was not Madame Tao's biological son. It was the precious egg that her husband's predecessor gave birth to due to dystocia and bleeding. In terms of age, he was half a year older than Han Chi and was even in the class next to Han Chi, a chubby and fierce-looking little fatty. Han Chi didn't like him and didn't want to agree, but Madame Tao's words implied that Han Chi was inferior to her. She should take care of the little fatty so that Madame Tao's position in the family could be stable. Han Chi's personality was soft while little fatty was arrogant. He was bullied to the point of tears. He told Madame Tao about his grievances, but Madame Tao told him to bear with it. This made Han Chi extremely sad. Because he loved to cry, his close friends of the same age called him Han Eunyoung. Han Chi didn't like it but didn't object. He turned around and gave them a nickname. The little fatty didn't know where he heard this from, but he actually laughed and wanted to take off Han Chi's pants to see if he had roots. If he had roots, why would he be called Han Eunyoung? Han Chi broke free with grievances and ran to the rockery in the garden to cry. Then Chiguan Dalong, who was worried, came to find him. Chiguan Chong was furious when he heard this. Did that beast really do that and say that? Han Chi cried again. His eyes were as red as a rabbit's. Just you wait. I'll beat that bastard until his parents don't recognize him. Chiguan Chong's temperament was completely different from his father's. He was like a firecracker, exploding at the slightest touch. Although he exploded, this kid was also cunning. He didn't go to settle the score alone. He went to several different classes of different grades and called more than 20 people to beat them up together. This matter became big. Not only were the school teachers alarmed, but the parents of several children also knew. So many people beating one person. Isn't it not good? Han Chi hid behind Chiguan Chong like a rabbit and asked this person who was more like an older brother than an older brother. What are you afraid of? Don't you know that the law doesn't punish the masses? Therefore Chiguanchong, who said, "The law doesn't punish the masses," was whipped by his father with a rattan cane. "The law doesn't punish the masses? You've grown up." Chiguanrang held the cane and said, "Today I'll let you know that the law doesn't punish the masses." The more than 20 children who participated in the fight were basically the children of high-ranking officials in the court. There were sons and daughters. She didn't know how Chiguanchong did it. He actually knew these children. When he said that his brother was bullied, these children all ran over to help. When Chiguanrang heard that the cause was his son, he gritted his teeth in anger. His son was indeed a source of trouble. He was born to cause trouble for him. What was even more surprising was that after the 20 children were severely punished, they didn't resent Chiguanchong. Instead, they showed an attitude of, "Brother, I'll bear the hardships with you and enjoy the blessings together." One by one, they silently accepted the punishment and limped home by their parents to continue to be punished. Hanchi was no exception. After all, he was the source of this vicious fight. However, Hanyu was a gentle man and he especially doted on his youngest son. A gentle man wouldn't punish his son with violence. He had to understand clearly before deciding how to punish him. After listening to his youngest son's pitiful narration, Hanyu was silent. He and Madame Tao had been separated for many years, but Madame Tao was still influencing the family like a ghost. "Father?" Hanyu asked him, "Do you want a mother?" "Hanchi." After a while Hanchi said in a low voice, "Yes, but having a stepmother meant having a stepfather. That's what they used to say." Hanyu said, "I'll look around. If it's possible, I'll try to find a suitable one." He didn't have much hope for it. In this life, Hanyu was still the mascot who dissed the whole court. However, he was not only protected by Jiang Pingji, but also by Chiguanrang, Wuxia, and other important ministers. Most of the ministers in the Golden Scale Academy were also inextricably linked to him. Not to mention that Master Yuanjing had been teaching at the Golden Scale Academy for so many years. The new generation of students under his tutelage had also entered the official ranks one after another. As the third disciple of Master Yuanjing, Hanyu was, in a sense, the senior brother of the new generation. Hanyu had offended many people, but his background was strong enough. Even so, he was still not competitive in the marriage market. As a man in his 40s, he had 2 legitimate sons, 1 illegitimate son and 1 illegitimate daughter. Except for Han Chi, the other 3 were all adults and were still practicing and serving as officials. If the second wife married into the family, she would basically be a housekeeper. Even if she had children, she wouldn't be able to compete with the first few. Those who were well matched in terms of social status didn't like Hanyu. They were old and had children. Hanyu was worried about those who were from a lower social status. Hanyu had seen too many women in the inner house who did crazy things to fight for the family property. Therefore, the promise he made to Hanchi was basically a verbal promise. Hanchi didn't care about it. Hanyu didn't care either. He greeted the official media and forgot about it. When Hanyu crawled out of the pile of files and took some time to let the servants shave his face, the official media came to the door. The servant was shaving Hanyu's beard when the official media came. "Why is the official media here? Run and the others are outside. The marriage is not urgent. She is still young." The servant had a strange look on his face. "Master, the official media is looking for you." Hanyu? His brain, which had been overloaded for half a year, finally dug out relevant memories from the depths of his memory. "Do you still remember this?" The servant couldn't help but cry and laugh. Hanyu was a rich man. He was probably the most difficult matchmaker the official media had ever been. He didn't dare to push an unsuitable candidate to the front of the official media. The servant said, "Master, it's rare that you have a day off today. Why don't you send him away?" Hanyu also wanted to say yes, but the official media had been looking for him for half a year. It wasn't good to send him away. "Let me see him." The official media bowed to Hanyu. After getting permission, he stood up and handed over the card and the picture of the candidate. "Which family?" Hanyu was a little curious. He also had some requirements for the target. It couldn't be a young and unmarried girl. He was over 40 years old. Why would an old man want to harm people? It would be best if the girl was educated and a widow. It would be best if she had a few children with her husband's family. Having children would mean having ties. She would treat Han Chi as her own and Hanyu would also take care of her children. The relationship of exchanging benefits made him feel more at ease. Hanyu also knew how busy he was. He was young and had fantasies about love. It would be a sin for him to marry someone. It would be better to choose a partner to live with. The official media revealed the information of the girl with a flattering smile. Han Yu happened to open the picture and was so shocked that he almost tore it apart. What a joke. Han Yu threw the picture on the table like a scourge. He didn't even look at the basic information of the girl. He was too familiar with the girl in the picture. Miyu came to the capital to report on her work half a year ago. She was a strong and fierce woman. She was the inspector of Ning province. She came to report on her work this time with the intention of being promoted again. The official media had sent a picture of such a woman to him. What a joke. They had even greeted each other yesterday. The official media said, "Your Excellency's portrait was also sent to them." They liked it very much. It wasn't a one-sided choice. Miyu chose Han Yu first and then the official media asked Han Yu for his opinion. Han Yu was speechless. He remembered that Miyu had a family. The official media said, "They have been separated for more than a year." Han Yu vaguely remembered that the news of Miyu's separation from her family had spread to the capital and caused quite a commotion. It seemed that the husband of the girl was still crying in front of her house and wanted to remarry. However, her heart was as hard as iron. The official media continued, "Your Excellencies are a match made in heaven." Han Yu waved his hand and signaled the official media to leave. A match made in heaven, my asterisk. Listening to the official media, Miyu knew that it wasn't just a matter of a day or two. Then what was the meaning of little Chao's greeting yesterday as if nothing had happened? After thinking about it, Han Yu decided to go and ask her personally. Miyu seemed to have expected it. "I've been waiting for you." Han Yu was almost choked. Miyu handed a piece of paper to Han Yu. "Your Excellency, please take a look at this before you say anything." Han Yu looked down and his face almost cracked. "Your Excellency, please consider it. It's not a difficult request." Han Yu had a strange look on his face. Miyu said, "They have served me for many years. After so many years, we have developed a sisterly relationship. It's a waste of time to stay there, so I bought all their contracts of slavery. They will live a carefree life as long as I am alive in the future." Han Yu was speechless. Other people got married with gold, silver, and jewelry. When Miyu got married, she got married with her ex-husband's concubines. Yes, you read it right. She got married with her ex-husband's concubines. After Miyu divorced her ex-husband, she took away all the concubines of her ex-husband who were willing to leave. She even married them into her new husband's family. Ridiculous. Miyu said, "Of course I won't make things difficult for your Excellency. Their daily necessities, food, clothing and other expenses are all paid for by me. They won't appear in front of your Excellency after marriage. They will only say that they are my dowry. They won't taint the reputation of your house. If the two of them got married, they could live together if they liked it. If they didn't, they could live separately." Miyu was busy, so was Han Yu. No one could blame the other. Han Yu thought it was ridiculous. "What?" Miyu smiled. She looked at Han Yu with undisguised ambition. "Your Excellency, don't you understand your own situation? You are extremely favored, but you are also extremely dangerous. I can help you and protect you. At the same time, I can borrow your power. This is supposed to be a mutually beneficial thing. Why don't you agree? I heard that the former madam of your house is not well behaved. If there is a proper mistress, she will think twice, right?" Han Yu was speechless. After a while, Han Yu said, "To be honest, according to the Ministry of Personnel, your promotion is a sure thing." Miyu said, "But it's not enough." "Not enough." Han Yu said, "I can't help you with anything." He didn't think that Miyu was someone who needed to go through the back door. How long had it been since she became an official and became the inspector of Ningzhou? In just a few years, she had walked a path that others might not finish in a lifetime. "Of course I don't need your help. His Majesty trusts and values you, Han Wenbin. This is what I value." Miyu said and added, "As long as we are husband and wife in name, it will be enough. But whether it is in name or in reality, it depends on fate." Han Yu left with a gloomy face. At this time, a graceful woman walked out from behind the screen. The woman sat beside Miyu and massaged her shoulders. "That Excellency doesn't look like he will agree." Miyu smiled and said, "Why not?" The woman was one of her ex-husband's concubines. She was also willing to redeem herself and leave with Miyu. "But look," Miyu said, "just wait. In a few days, His Majesty will come forward to make peace." The woman was surprised. "Why?" Miyu said, "He has made too many enemies. It seems that he has a strong background, but the wind in the court is always changing. Who knows if his classmates who were laughing with him a few days ago will become his enemy in a few days. How many people have been hurt by his reform of the law? Many people are thinking about him." The woman said, "Then His Majesty wants to make peace. Miyu said, of course to protect this precious egg. As expected, Miyu would definitely rise to a high position. But she still felt that it was not enough. She really wanted to be at the top of the world. A small ningzhou couldn't satisfy her ambition. The woman looked at Miyu and sighed. But, you don't have to get married, Miyu said, even if we get married we can live our own lives. He is an excellent shield. So am I. She and Hanyu were not young people in their 20s. They knew what they wanted. Do you think I am wronged? In the eyes of ordinary people, marriage is a big event that will affect their whole life. But if I get married again it will be my third marriage. When it came to getting married it was a matter of familiarity the first time, familiarity the second, and familiarity the third. It doesn't matter whether we get married or not. What matters is how we live our lives. Miyu's effort was equal to her gain, so she didn't feel wronged. If the gain was greater than the effort then it was a profit. The woman was not optimistic about it. A month later an imperial edict was issued. She was dumbfounded. Hanyu's ex-wife, Mrs. Tao, and Miyu's ex-husband were also dumbfounded. All the civil and military officials in the court were also dumbfounded. Master Yuanjing went to visit his students at his old age. Hanyu was not worried as expected, nor was he happy to be a groom. Instead he was very calm. Things are not like what you are worried about, master. I get along well with that person. It was not a lie. They really got along well. After a conversation they found that many of their interests overlapped. It was not love between a man and a woman, but it was not a problem for them to live together. They were more like-minded friends than husband and wife. The two of them had indeed been friends for nearly 30 years. Hanyu's only grudge was the group of concubines in Miyu's backyard. Are you raising concubines or daughters? On Miyu's 50th birthday, Hanyu gave her concubines 16 gifts. However, at the birthday party, he found that all the women in Miyu's room were strangers. They were all gentle and sweet to her. She was living a better life than the emperor. Did your majesty know? Mikan said, this old one likes to raise daughters, it's not like I've given you a single copper coin. Hanyu was speechless. Did he feed those 16 gifts to the dogs? Genius 1 second to remember my address. Mobile version. Chapter 1854. The spring rain was so noisy that it was hard to fall asleep. Miku tossed and turned in bed from the second half of the night until dawn. She was a light sleeper and had many nightmares, so she woke up after an hour. What time is it now? The maid on night duty answered, Madam, it's just past 7. It's only 7? Hearing the way the maidservant addressed her, Miku suddenly remembered that she had spent the night in the Han Manor, so it could be considered as her home. The maid asked, Madam, do you want to get up now? Miku answered, yes. Maidservants came in one after another, helping Miyu wash her face, tidying up her hair, and even giving her an exquisite massage to relieve her headache. Madam hasn't been sleeping well recently. Do you want a doctor to come and take a look? Miku propped her elbows on the dressing table and pretended to sleep for a while to relax her tired mind. No need. It's the same problem every year. I'll be fine after a few days. Miku was working in the capital now. She spent most of her time in her own residence and only a few at the Han residence. Although she didn't stay much, the courtyard was still well equipped. It was bustling with people and didn't look cold at all. The maid tied her hair into a loose bun so it wouldn't hurt her scalp. Her makeup was also much simpler than usual. She looked at the phoenix eyes in the mirror and asked in surprise, why is it so simple today? If she remembered correctly, this maid was an expert in all kinds of makeup that was popular in the capital. Miku would sometimes complain about makeup that was too flashy. Even though she didn't look old and looked to be in her early 30s, her makeup was too thick. Today was a rare day. The maidservant said, yesterday old master reminded me that madam prefers a more simple and unadorned one these days. Miku was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, as expected of the famous Han Wenbin, you are indeed meticulous in your actions. His success wasn't without reason. It could be seen from every little detail in his life. Every year, on this day Michu's mood would become very gloomy, especially on this day because it was the death anniversary of her first husband. After dressing up, Miku looked at the woman in the mirror who looked to be in her late 20s and felt a little better. Madam, San Langjun heard that you were here, so he came to pay his respects. Mikan said, let him come. When she arrived at the main hall of the main courtyard, the young man who looked like a ball of childishness was waiting for her. Your son pays his respects to mother. Miku said, rise. Is the academy's rest day today? Han Chi stood up and sat on the seat to Mi Chu's right, then said seriously, "Today the academy will still have classes." Mi Kan frowned. "Class? This kid is skipping class? That shouldn't be the case." Han Chi was a rather well-behaved child, so well-behaved that he didn't have his own opinions. How could an obedient child do such a disgraceful thing like skipping class? Wasn't he afraid of being beaten up by his father? Han Chi said, "A few days ago father applied for half a day of classes for me. He said it was to accompany mother." Mi Chu, all right, she had to admit that there was indeed something praiseworthy about a person who was able to make it through the chaos of the world to where he was now and rise up step by step. In that case, Chi will accompany mother to Shangfu Temple on the outskirts of the capital today. Shangfu Temple was originally a temple in Hejian County, but His Majesty later allocated funds to build one in the outskirts of the capital. It was said that the old monk in the temple had taught His Majesty. Even though His Majesty didn't believe in Buddhism and had tried to curb the development of Buddhism and was more inclined towards Taoism, it didn't affect the incense burning in Shangfu Temple. Mi Chu also donated some money to the temple and held a few water and land dharma meetings to pray for the dead. Nowadays the world was peaceful, but there were always places where people had to be careful when they were outside. Han Chi brought enough guards and went all the way from the inner city to Shangfu Temple on the outskirts of the capital. He didn't run into any trouble. Unders your smiley face, angle, unders know he was in trouble. As the only child that Han Yu was still raising, Han Chi was truly isolated, and had no siblings to share the burden with him. When his parents wanted to teach him something he could only bite the bullet and do it. For 4 hours Mi Chu didn't stop asking questions. At first Han Chi was able to answer fluently, but the more he asked, the more anxious he became. His young and tender face was flushed with embarrassment. "It's so embarrassing, Pi Omega Pi," Mi Chu laughed, "you are still young. This level is already something to be proud of." Han Chi stammered, "Mother, please comfort me. I understand." He realized that he was the only one in the family who didn't study well. Whether it was his brother Han Run or his brother and sister, their grades in the Golden Scale Academy were all in the top 3 among the dozens of people in their classes. Han Chi was different. He was always in the bottom 50. He didn't inherit anything from his father except for his face. Not to mention his father and now his mother. If it were someone else with strong self-esteem, they would have been anxious to change their temperament, but Han Chi was still slow. Han Yu didn't force him like other parents, or he was so busy with work that he didn't have the energy to be strict with his son. His son didn't become a playboy, which was the biggest contribution to the family. Mi Chu said, "Being good-looking is also an advantage." Han Chi. Mi Chu said, "If you have a bit more knowledge with that face of yours and your family background, you should be able to become a famous scholar." Han Chi was speechless. He couldn't tell if his mother was praising or insulting him. Today wasn't a big festival, but there were still many tourists in the temple and there were many carriages outside. Han Chi saw a familiar carriage in the parking lot and stopped in his tracks. Mi Chu looked in the direction and found the family emblem on the carriage familiar. Wasn't that the family emblem of Han Yu's ex-wife who remarried? Mother? Mi Chu was also aware of the resentment between Han Yu and his ex-wife. She frowned slightly, but her heart softened when she saw Han Chi's pitiful rabbit face. "Let's go. Don't waste time." As soon as he entered the main hall of the Buddhist temple, he saw Han Yu's ex-wife leading a strange young lady. The 4 of them looked at each other. Mi Chu didn't even move her eyes and walked straight over. Han Chi braced himself and saluted Madame Tao. Madame Tao accepted it with a stiff face, but her eyes were fixed on Mi Chu's face and she clenched the handkerchief in her hand. She snorted and ignored Han Chi. She was about to lead the strange young lady away. Mi Chu reached out her hand and blocked her path. "What are you doing?" Madame Tao was so angry that her eyes were about to burst into flames. Things had changed with the passage of time. Now she valued other things more than what she used to hold on to. Without the power and status brought by Han Yu, without the protection and halo of the Tao family, she was just a weak and helpless woman. Now Mi Chu jumped out and took everything she once didn't want. Mi Chu opened the heavy and dazzling golden fan in her hand, the pendant of which was made from the finest jade of the world. She held the fan and covered half of her pretty face. "She bow to you." Madame Tao sneered, "So what? He is my flesh and blood. You should bow to me. It's none of your business whether I accept it or not." She was Han Yu's first wife, and Mi Chu was just his 3rd wife. What? Did she want to stop and bow to me? Unexpectedly Mi Chu smiled and said, "I am a second-rank official in the imperial court. Can't a commoner bow to an official? Madame Tao? Han Chi, who was a little sad and wronged. Mi Chu said, Chi should bow to you and you should bow to me. Madam, you come from a noble family and are well educated and reasonable. How can you not know this? You don't have the title of honorary lady. Secondly, you don't have the title of honorary lady. Thirdly, your family was convicted by His Majesty as a traitor. If Chi ignored you, I wouldn't have recognized you. Since you've recognized Madam's identity, then the rules should be set. Madame Tao's face turned pale as if it was covered with a layer of white ash. The young lady behind her was also scared and bowed to Mi Chu first. After a while, Madame Tao bowed to Mi Chu reluctantly and extremely humiliatingly. Get up. I am on leave today, so I can't show my authority. If the imperial censor finds out and reports it to His Majesty, it won't be good. Madame Tao gritted her teeth and her eyes were red. She pinched the young lady's wrist and dragged her away. Should she stay and be humiliated? Han Chi was dumbfounded. Mi Chu said, She is your birth mother. She shouldn't be treated like this. However, I also can't bear the slightest grievance. She had seen many old foxes in the officialdom. Which one of them didn't have a complicated mind? How could she not see through Madame Tao's thoughts? She was just an ignorant and sad woman. Did she really think that the title of Li's first wife could suppress her? Not to mention actual actions, she couldn't even think about it. In the past, Mi Chu wouldn't do this, but today was different. Today was the anniversary of her late husband's death. She didn't want him to see her being wronged. Han Chi lowered his head and said nothing. Mi Chu offered incense and burned some Buddhist scriptures in the side hall. 2 hours passed in a flash. Before leaving the temple, Mi Chu asked the Buddhist monk who cleaned the main hall. Only then did she know that the young lady beside Madame Tao was a concubine she arranged for her remarried husband. In order to win over her husband's heart and to stabilize her position as the first branch, she desperately hoped that the concubine she carefully selected could have a child as soon as possible. Today she offered incense to pray for a child. The corners of Mi Yu's mouth twitched and she couldn't help but retort, I can understand praying for good health, but what's wrong with going to a monastery to pray for children? Han Chi was puzzled. Why? Mi Yu said, Don't you think it's ridiculous for a monk to say that the world is empty and seek a child from a monk? Han Chi, if the Buddha heard this he would cry. Miko was very busy but she was still better off than Han Yu. She had 3 days off every month. Out of respect for Han Yu, Mikan would occasionally ask about Han Chi's studies and care about his life in the academy. It was Han Chi's first time coming into contact with a woman like Mi Chu, and he quickly felt closer to her than his birth mother, Madame Tao. Han Chi was sent back to the Han estate by the housekeeper. The woman who was massaging Mi Yu's shoulders said, Third Langjun is not bad. He has a pure and kind nature. What are you trying to say? The woman said with a smile, There's no harm in passing him over and putting him under your name. I'm sure the old master will agree. Miku played with the golden fan and said with a smile, If we do that, Madame Tao will probably vomit blood from anger. The woman said gently, Everyone has their own fate. This is her fate. To be able to forcefully turn a situation like this into the current situation was also a skill. She prided herself on being smart, but she never saw the truth in her life. Her fate had always been in the hands of others. It wasn't others who wanted to control her fate, but she took the initiative to give it to others. All honor and disgrace were tied to her family, her husband, and her son. Her family was destroyed, her husband was divorced, and her son was estranged. She lost everything, but she still didn't wake up and continued to stubbornly step into the same pit. She wouldn't understand now, and she wouldn't understand why her life was like this in the future. Mika looked at the painting and inscription on the golden fan and said indifferently, I only hope that there will be fewer women like her in the world. The woman said, With Madame as a role model, why would those women not be moved? Mika sneered, You don't understand. There are always more people who sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor than those who do it themselves. So what if there was a role model? The current emperor was still a woman. As long as getting married and having children is still a way out for women. Women like Madame Tao will still be endless. Mika sneered, They will only say, This is a woman with a good life. It's a pity that she has been married 3 times. No matter how high the position and generous the salary is, it's not as good as them. Then they will turn around and teach their daughters to work hard to marry better men, and teach their sons to study hard and practice martial arts, so that they won't be inferior to women. No one is a fool. Of course, They know that it's much easier to marry a man in a high position than to become a woman in a high position. The woman didn't understand. Many years later, Hanyu asked her if she wanted to be buried with her late husband. She was dying of old age. Mika smiled. It's good to be a neighbor with an old man like you. Why bother the dead? Hanyu sat beside the bed and asked her, are you relieved now? Things that I couldn't think through at 17 should be solved at 71. How can my state of mind be the same as now? Her young man lived in her heart for nearly 50 years. She didn't have the passionate feelings and obsession of the past. Instead, she felt that he was an old friend who had left for a long time. She said, hello, and take care. She looked at the sunlight outside the window. Vaguely, he could hear a faint chuckle in his ears. Mika smiled. An old friend finally returned. Please remember the domain name of this book. Jiuqian Xinhuang mobile version. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.